Lika Benali, and all the folks on the call. At this time, I'd like to call on the Che Honorable Paul Begay to provide us the invocation.
Akoshi, yat ben Che, Honorable Chair Daniel So, additional Vice Chair, Honorable Carl Slater, members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. Bishwans Anat Loka. Danaisi Tangi here, Ado Nikana Jahagi, Mr. Leonard, Ado, Mr. Nali. John Goya, Dale Nishon, he can't not Ado Ison Sangi, Kodoshin is doesn't be other dealing so Ibika, or also less Kodo. They tried again, lay. Ranaho Ade the Hotigin, the econ, the dish, naked in the way neat lido, naturally clean or corn or cart and a neatly. A call, quit, the cock or cotego, isn't the knitting, island city, no cart and any clean. I don't let about need ado a call. Pato what he the car the knitting a coin, and the knitting coquia. Ye go basket or Nahat Ahagito, Navigator, Tiki Econ, Tradition, Hitato, Nit Anko, but you're hearing with Gego. Peso now, Rahagi, Ado, Ashinella, Aunt Ego, that I know, Cotego, Peso, Bash, net or less. That yen dash Nishki, Kona, Hedo, Kodoy, Nada, Dodnish, Kodona, Nado, Hako, 80 bash, 8 net or less. Hot ego 80 eso na zogi nanka yego iban sahaki suko ko egi beni ka dilo so yat ego ya kitne about it ni ado ya nana nishkale 80 peso gi ya kitne ye ka na do ko nas na hol jisko o 80 shidi beni bigi hot ego ya bana o kan hata ado ya a jo pato yo metapeslas tigo hot ego kebeslas tigo ya kona kinani kido bishbi yati da bigi isini san ado bisha baben sakhi sigida bigi che ya hot ego e kasni ko ati ego ati ni na hot ikona ni hatni geben beni na ya hot ego ya asahni to Sahoda at the Antisan Danka, a cut end ea. Bohonet Nabiga, Bohonet Nagi, Edikin Ha, Nahabiga had a deedly, yet echo ea, never eat yard on this. A coado ea de co. Necado Jati as out Egon has Adoshin dish. Ne dato ne kato ne kita had neto le kot ego ipeso natso niko ia ko ia a stop ka di lo so ya teo ia yan sakheso jon ko e ches no kot ego ia ni kiti shan de doli ko e kon so ibana ikon ado she a digin lini ni ke so de zan dati gi do sako o hayi go ia nada has kan do atin da haskin Kodi Tohagate IECego, the Nitle, the Quishin is Kado, the Quishin days, the Kotego. Then he gets of these, I show you a contract for 20 get though, as I say, the Benetti double down Plagon that I'll take the A by Shitnixon. Hallelujah, thinking no sons and get ICA, but it not say, Kodia. Sons and Gina, Kins and Given, but they were children, they thought so. The let Hajon, Yate, a corn, Nikaya, a cargo, not that tea, Aunt Egon, dash chango. ohodan sodo satan zohot ego atonal losin lengi so yego hitten data bichi ant edo ado so togi so trio da kuichi don har kino da zago hinigen da ta kaho oi ba shehni sind ikot ego ya ben hadian trisen ba benek isen aro di hite denneni lengi so chini so hot ego tobe I not tobe nas all that so but the nitigi todeya begodeya adil nitiko yego iba shihni sin shikadi in lini konde aro yansin hat ati konde so basodilsin aho one has ado mado je achunish is do ado not ado not ahndli mado je ya ba ni yan ha achedo masando akot anal has kin anal actually yes kid but so keep another cage yes kot ego in nas state ego na khaba khaliyato les shingido haznon nikhe khojish yat ego bit khaz adol ton lini ba yat ego ba shain santole chiyan lini chishin lini lik as bi o tahna tahtil jishti ajab chna honjish Basta hoin ladol, chisiya so baholongo in ladol. Adoda so gitten zengi atsun ishidat abishka chi dat so yitten tobek yadol tihi da yitten hat the baby ka ili by ka baby ka ili do benet nishto actually kot ego benet tehgit ego bast yadol I don't need partners and then has go so that so the part that is no kot ego is not often ko yat have in a nation story yat ego not agi git la do the special is man has ani not ko kot ego then it has go yat ego ko honet zan ko has go ada hoto li ado ko edi saga hot zange at the state that secure President so Vice President Lizer. Ado Bishmasa under Yayaki Speaker Damon Sabasotilson. Bishmasa under Sabasotilson, Ado Division Director Danzit so Basotilson, Anit Ekut Ego. Dale Nishigi, Ancient Bunny Nishiko, Ebenina, Stohasi Kito, Yat Eki or Hasotilson. Ado and Ansag or Hatahasoko. County down here, Coconino County, Navajo County, Patrick County, San Juan, the Queer Street, and Ego, Kaya Hadahiso, your Torja or Hos Doja Hahot, such a shimpy Torja Hahot, Zogi, so Ego. I thought not, Argianas, that, Yat Basotis, and Jungo Eabisnid, Nishtondis, and the Hos Dohahol, all your Torja. Sago na hat agi belaka ni na hat agi at abet shield na stolle adon later things akosta under Washington so but ego na yat ego na sa kisode nit thing is jolie nit ninge yat ego Washington beslid na stolle so nit den khandat na Washington office yat ego na adon yat ego but the Nayat Ehan Yan Sakisko Nan Nishigi Adil Indole Kodish Jingle Achet the Ne Achet na Ba but ego Badahan Neko no San Hitasa Angi Iadot Hedadole Kenda Dot Leto Yat Ego Hotes Yelgo Hot Ego Kiwit Idole Dan Sago Kayatanas Anko Nahosan Bakago so not Ahyanas Dayat Eho a Hansides keys on this. A job battle your yes, Chinsides keys on this. The Kotego Dashi, Kahan Ningido, Kitchen, Bahan. They know what all this. Yat Elms is now do. In Hinigi Holongi, no one how was in dust, need all this. He don't not eat say that this thing, it's a net or you yata horse. In Linny, oh, you, he, Kodish Because at the Conde Crit, cut ego, the Taj Condi Lisico, Donati di Sister. They are not all can't, our Quichinea, what ego been yes of these. Are they could his on London, our need Navajo Nation Council, a standard many members are so they pay so yena. Yeah, the con after the mogo, they could ego. So how what deal with chairperson than that vice chair committee member than that asked. So yeah, ego at that easy out of this. A con but those a cat or what he need decision touch a cat in Lin. Console the benefit of us doesn't nanish that all this cat in him. Condes, yeah, your age, Jesus Christ, a bishop nationally so this and dollars. Amen.
Okay, Lord, so big. So then is a negate of a potato. So, things negate, but he wins. I see. He is equal. So, Kate Nin, citizen in it. Although, just some thoughts. Mariano Lake, Mist Lake, Casimir Lake, White Horse Lake. It's harder they beat. So it is a lake. We are in lake country again. Right here, Winston. And so area sato. Ni to bekasi dependa. On Shindarki could as they let out into the land. Like here, Winston. And I just wanted to express that we got the rain. With that, committee members, do you have any announcements?
Mr. Chair, this is Angelina Finelli.
Go ahead, Ms. Benali.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Bennett. Thank you. I just wanted to announce to the HES committee members that instead of 2 programs, that we're going to be doing 3 programs throughout the day. And that comes out to about an hour and a half for each division or department to present their budget. And then 30 minutes for any kind of questions and answer period. And that'll get us, keep us on schedule. And also, I like to let the programs know that if you send me emails once the meeting has started, or even like an hour before it starts, I can't pay attention to them. I think I got several emails from Dodie after 9 o'clock, and I'm not able to go through all of them right now. But I did provide all of the email addresses of the HES members and the Office of Legislative Counsel attorneys who are assisting HES in this budget process, as well as legislative staff. And you can email everybody, that specific information. But I can't forward. I don't have time to forward, emails that you send me asking to forward it on to the HES members. I can do it during the meeting, but it may not be prompt. It may not be timely, is what I'm trying to say. So I just wanted to let you know about that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Committee members, anybody else have an announcement? If not, then let's go ahead and review the proposed agenda with the committee, Ms. Benali, and for all the folks on the call.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and once again, good morning, yet Bennett, and thank you to to Delegate Begay for his wonderful prayer that'll get us through the budget hearings. You have your Health, Education, and Human Services Committee 24th Navajo Nation Council FY23 Oversight Budget Hearings. The proposed agenda is for July 27th, 28th, 29th of 2022, beginning at 9 a.m. daily. Presiding is the Honorable Daniel E. So, Chairperson, the Honorable Carl R. Slater, Vice Chairperson. 1, call hearing to order, roll call, invocation, announcements. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review the budget hearing schedule. 5, the FY budget review and presentations. Wednesday, July 27th, 2022 at 9 a.m. A is the Division of Human Resources. Presenters Dr. Ophelia Fowler, Division Director, Division of Human Resources. 1 would be the presentation from OMB regarding the budget performance summary reports. Presenters OMB staff. 2, the budget overview statement presentation by Dr. Ophelia Fowler, Division Director. 3, discussion, recommendations for unmet needs, COAs, and legislative concerns. B is the Division of General Services. Presenters Oliver Arviso, Division Director for Division of General Services. Presentation from OMB regarding the budget performance summary reports. Presenters OMB staff. 2, the budget overview statement presentation by Mr. Oliver Arviso, Division Director. Marquise A. Yazzie, Senior Planner. Minja Talaman, Office Specialist. 3 is a discussion, recommendations for unmet needs, COA, and legislative concerns. C is a Department of Dene Education. Presenters Dr. Harold Begay, Superintendent of Schools, Department of Dene Education. 1, the presentation from OMB regarding budget performance summary reports. Presenters OMB staff. 2, budget overview statement presentation, Dr. Harold Begay, Superintendent of Schools. 3, discussion, recommendation for unmet needs, COA, and legislative concerns. That's the agenda for Wednesday, July 27th, 2022. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Finale. Committee members, what are your thoughts on this proposed agenda?
Motion to accept the agenda. Delegate Begay.
Honorable Paul Begay makes the motion to adopt the agenda that's been read into the record. Do I hear a second?
Second, Winika.
Oh, yeah, thanks, Attila. Second by Honorable Edison Winika. Committee members, any discussion? Amendments, changes? If there are none, then let's proceed with the vote. Mr. Mose.
Yes, sir.
Roll call, please.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halota. Honorable Pernell Halota. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Winika. Honorable Edison J. Winika votes green. Honorable Pernell Halota. Chair, a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, committee members. With that, Ms. Benali, the next item on the agenda, excuse me, a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting and adopting this budget hearing agenda. Ms. Benali, next item on our agenda.
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next item on the agenda are the hearing rules. And I did email the guidelines for conducting budget hearings, the document out to the committee members as well as to the division directors and division or department directors. I'm going to proceed to review the guidelines for conducting budget hearings, Mr. Chair. The guidelines for conducting budget hearings, Rule 1, the chairperson of the committee shall preside over the hearings and maintain decorum and order. The vice chairperson of the committee shall preside in absence of the chairperson. The committee may select a pro tempore chairperson in the absence of both committee chairperson and vice chairperson. Rule 2, all members of the committee shall be allowed to ask questions to the presenters. At the discretion of the presiding chairperson, representatives of the Office of Legislative Counsel, the Office of the Attorney General, or the Office of the Auditor General may be permitted to direct questions during the hearing.
Okay.
Rule 3, formal rules of evidence and procedure shall not apply to the budget hearings. The chairperson may exclude statements, evidence, or irrelevant documents inconsistent with the budget instruction policy manual. Rule 4, the Office of the Management and Budget Personnel is encouraged to electronically read into record prior to the budget hearing the funding summaries for the divisions, departments, and programs prior to commencing with presentation by presenters. The Office of Management and Budget Personnel shall be present to answer committee members' questions. Rule 5, prior to presenting the budget, presenters shall be given a maximum of 10 minutes to provide information on what went into the drafting of the budget. This period may be extended by any committee member. Rule 6, in addition to oral statements, presenters shall be allowed to submit written documents and materials in support of their budget. The presenter shall identify such materials and documents for the record. Rule 7, presentations shall be pertinent to the issues identified by the committee. Statements shall not include matters that are currently in litigation or in the grievance process, except as they relate to financial impact for budget hearings. Rule 8, with regards to the budget hearing, recommendations shall be rendered by the committee in accordance with the fiscal year budget manual. Rule 9, all hearings shall be open to the public. In the event the committee determines that issues and matters presented to the committee are sensitive and confidential in nature, the committee may convene into an executive session. Mr. Chair, those are the guidelines for conducting budget hearings for the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. Thank you. Mr. Chair, I believe you're on mute.
Thank you, Ms. Benali. Here, I was really talking away. In prior years, within other committees, the division directors, program directors, took an oath to present, to basically say what they're presenting is true. Committee members, do you want to proceed? And that would be one item that I was asked the committee. And Ms. Benali, that the rules that we have?
Yes, Mr. Chair, those are the budget hearing rules. We did, as legislative staff, we did have a meeting with Legislative Council. Legislative Council advises that the oath is not required. And so that's the reason why it was taken off, because just the fact that we're Navajo Nation employees and we're employed by the Navajo Nation, that we're not, it's our responsibility ethically and morally not to lie to the Navajo Nation. And in this case, it would be to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee in this budget, the oversight budget hearings. And so just within the responsibility and the professional responsibility within our own positions, that we do provide the truthful information so that the Navajo Nation can conduct business. Possibly Mr. Chad Abeda from the Office of Legislative Counsel can add something at this point if you wish. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benali. Mr. Chattabeda.
Oh, yeah, she, no, Hesse members, though, Dyson, not saying it. Yeah, Angelita Benali is correct that the oath is not required. However, it's up to the committee if they want to proceed as they did in the past with conducting an oath. Chair, back to you.
Sorry about that. System keeps muting me. Thank you, Mr. Beta and Ms. Benali, for all the folks on the call and the presenters. We will use what Ms. Benali and Mr. Beta has advised us, and we would wish that you would take that as part of the acknowledgement. And let's proceed. Ms. Benali, next item on the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. You have number 5, the FY budget review and presentations. A is the Division of Human Resources. Presenter is Dr. Cecilia Fowler, Division Director of the Division of Human Resources. 1, presentation from OMB regarding budget performance summary reports. Presenter is OMB staff. And I did email out the OMB summary report for the Department of Human Resources.
Okay. Dr. Fowler?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Honorable Chair, I am on the call. Do I proceed or do I go OMB go first?
Yes, is OMB on the call also?
Good morning. This is Selena Begay with Senior Budget Analyst. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Selena.
My apology, I was mute.
We do have the share screen available if you would like to share the OMB report.
Are you saying that do you want me to read my OMB report?
Yes, to Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Selena.
Good morning, Health, Education, and Human Resource Committee. This is Selena Begay, Senior Budget Analyst for OMB. I will be reading the Navajo Nation OMB report for Department of Human Resource. The second page has the table of contents. A, FY 2023 Fund Type Budget Summary. B, FY 2022 Third Quarter Budget Expenditure Report. C, FY 2022 Third Quarter Performance Assessment Report. D, FY 2022 Third Quarter Plan of Operations Status Report. E, FY 2023 Conditional Appropriation Legislation Concern Report. F, FY 2022 External Fund Expenditure Report. G, FY 2022 Single Audit Report. Next page, A, FY 2023 Fund Type Budget Summary. And the next page has the Navajo Nation Fund Type Budget Summary Report for Division of Human Resource. If you look at the worksheet, I will be reading the bottom line. The first one has a listing of the business units. The next column has the division and programs, the name of the programs and divisions. And the third column has the FY 2023 general fund budget. The bottom total, grand total for the FY 2022 general fund budget amount is $2,778,279. Proposed general fund budget is $2,669,100. Indirect cost funds is $1,768,401. General wage adjustment (PLF) is $105,430. Matching fund is $900,000. Proprietary funds $95,000. Fiduciary funds, $70,760,600. Special revenue funds external has $33,933,511. Total is $110,232,042. The second is the FY 22 Third Quarter Budget Status Report. And this one is as of June 30, 2022 for Division of Human Resource. The first column has the general fund grand total, original balance is $4,533,545. Revised budget, $5,362,789.19. Actual, $2,708,082.58. Encumbrance, $184,211.21. Budget available, $2,270,495.40. Percent expended of total, 53.93%. And then the bottom column has in a section 3 business units. The original balance for that one is $73,233,324. Revised budget, $73,363,501.60. Actual, $45,713,156.94. Encumbrance, $321,054.69. Balance available, $27,329,286.94. Total expended of total is 62.75%. The next section, MPS, Rhonda will be reading that.
Good morning, committee members. Under tab C is your FY 2022 third quarter performance assessments report. Your next page is your performance assessment scores for the 14 business units within the Division of Human Resources. First quarter was 2.41, second quarter 2.54, third quarter 2.6. And we have a scoring method listed below. 3 is exceeded, 2 is met, 1 is not met, and 0 is no report. And as you can see on this page, all of the programs within the Division of Human Resources are meeting their goals. They're all at 2 point and above. And there's a full copies of this report that are updated and disseminated each quarter to the division. Under tab D is your FY 2022 third quarter plans of operation status report. Again, for the 14 business units, there's only one program within the division that will need an update, which is your Navajo Occupational Safety and Health Administration. And down below is your resolution for all the programs. Under tab E is your FY 2022 conditions of appropriation and legislative concern report. These are all the legislative concerns for Division of Human Resources. LC number 1, and as you can see at the far end corner under the status, they're in compliant. And then there's another one for Office of Vital Records. They are in compliant also. That completes MPS report.
On F and OMB on contract and grants, we'll be reading that. Jermaine, are you on the line?
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
We can hear you.
Okay. This is Jan James. I'm the principal contract analyst under contracts and grants section of OMB. I will be reading into the section F, the FY22 external funds expenditure report. Let's go to the page 16 of 18 and column or row 46. The Division of Human Resources has 36 business units and 9 company numbers. And the revised budget for each of those is $54,387,363.77. The expenditures at this point is $14,606,123.15. The open commitments are $339,543.52. In which means the available balance is $39,441,697 and 10 cents. At this point, it's 27% spent, and the remaining balance is 73%. I would like to turn the attention back to page 4, which CGS would like to include the Navajo Office of Vital Records and Identification External Special Revenue Fund, which was at $4,887,786. And going on to section G, the single audit report, there was only one, which was finding number 2020-005. That was for BIA contract, aid to tribal government. And it is, the description of funding is 140 participant files on COVID-19 burial assistance. 20 was reviewed to verified eligibility. 2 files contain all documents, but approval occur until after assistance provided. So the CAP status is not finalized for 2021 audit report. That'll be the end of the report. Thank you.
Health and Education and Human Resource Committee. This ends our Navajo Nation OMB report for Department of Human Resource.
Thank you. Appreciate that quick review. At this time, committee members, do you have any questions for OMB? So for committee members, yes, Honorable Vice Chair Carl R. Slater. Satilla, you have the floor.
Thanks. So I'm going back to slide 10 on the plan of operations report. And I'm seeing a few in there that are like 19 years old. So let's see here, now the NOSHA program. Staff development and training is 10 years old. ONOR is 8 years old. The band is 9 years old. OBI is 8 years old. So I guess my recommendation to the program would be to review those and then submit some changes to us. I think among all of them, I'm not, OBI and NOSHA, I think are ones that we really would like to take a look at as a committee so we can figure out how to be more efficient with their objectives and program delivery. And then I want to go to slide 13, where it says DEPM should provide a report describing the total number of vacant employees within all divisions, departments, and programs within the Navajo Nation government, including the total dollar amount allocated for these vacant positions. The report should be presented to HES. I would like a COA or a legislative concern for this year, following up on the ask I've been making over the last couple of years, which is to create a report that documents where the commuting times for all Navajo Nation employees and the persistent vacant positions. And then the committee and leadership can use that to look at constructing housing projects that can address those long commute times. And then another legislative concern would be to evaluate how we could align the Navajo Nation pay scale more with the federal pay scale. So committee members, I'm just bringing that up because those are things I'm going to be bringing up in the future here for the program as we move through this process. And I think, in these OMB reports, DHR did a good job at complying with the reporting for these legislative concerns, and we have to make sure that we get them included in the next ones. So I have no further questions at this time. Thanks for comments.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Slater. Committee members, anyone else?
Mr. Chair, this is Angelita Benelli.
Yes, Ms. Benelli, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. Just to dovetail on what Delegate Slater, Vice Chair Slater had stated about evaluating and aligning the Navajo Nation pay scale to the federal pay scale. To my understanding, Navajo Nation does not have a minimum wage, and possibly the OMB or Dr. Fowler can shed light on that. That's been somewhat of a concern because some of the vacancies do offer hourly wages that are below the New Mexico minimum wage and the Arizona minimum wage. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benali. Appreciate your input. In addition to what Honorable Vice Chair Slater, if we could develop a schedule on which of these programs that have aged plan of operation. I think OMB is recommending that we do NOSHA, but I would also like to have the committee look at some of these older plans of operation, and we put together a schedule and, let's say, shoot for amending plans of operation within the first quarter of 2023. Those are some thoughts and a package this particular budget, division budget, that we can flesh out that discussion even more. Committee members. Hearing no other discussion, Ms. Benali, take us to the next step.
Mr. Chair, members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, the next step after OMB's presentation is number 2, the Budget Overview Statement presentation by Dr. Cecilia Fowler, Division Director. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Honorable Chair, this is Dr. Fowler. I am on the call. Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, would you like me to start?
Yes, go ahead.
Honorable Vice Chair, honorable members of the Health, Education, Human Service Committee. As a division director, our Navajo division of Human Resources, I would like to start off with our budget message. The Navajo Division of Human Resource Fiscal Year 2023 Comprehensive Budget is comprised of 12 programs, 15 business units, 230 regular full-time positions, and with 29 Navajo Nation vehicles. The following shows the difference of NDHR planning allocations for FY 2022 and 2023. The fund type under General Fund FY 2022, $2,669,100. In FY 2023, $2,669,100, and there's no difference. For the indirect costs, it's $1,650,266. In FY 2023 is $1,768,401, with a difference of $118,135. The proprietary funds for FY 2022 is $105,000, and with FY 2023 is $95,000, which gave us a difference of a minus $10,000. With the additional allocation of FY 2023 GWA, and with an increase of close to 9% in fringe benefits, other applicable rates, and other division, we do have one unmet need requirement within the budget season. Our highest priorities are as follows. Although the Navajo Nation Office of Vital Records is 100% 638 funded, they remain engaged and committed in assisting with the Navajo Nation ARPA hardship. The Department of Personnel Management is an eminent essential component of the Central Navajo Nation government operation, equal and similar to the Office of Controller and OMB. Monitored by the newly hired Human Resource Director, there are many initiatives and progress within Department of Personnel Management, including the implementation of a new human resource management system. Per the Navajo Nation Council Resolution CS 49-21, the general fund carryover for the Division of Human Resource Administration and DPM is specifically designed to modernize the hiring process for the Navajo Nation employees, including digitizing application processes. Additionally, the program DPM will create a management institute or internal professional development regime for Navajo Nation employees in consultation with the Health, Education, Human Resource Committee. Therefore, we are requesting that the general fund carryover amount of $253,389.63 be carried over into the FY 2023 to support the development, training, and implementation of the forthcoming HRMS system. As recognized during the employee health crisis, our Navajo Nation Occupational Safety and Health hired additional staff and will be updating their plan of operation and fund management plan. In addition to this, they've also became certified inspectors as well. So we have to update the management plan with the plan of operation. The Navajo Nation Band has administratively transitioned to the office of the President and Vice President. However, an allocation for FY 2023 is included in our DHR comprehensive budget. The OPVP is also pursuing legislative transition through the HES and the Navigatia Committee. As an essential division, some of our highlights for FY 22 is continuing to support the implementation of COVID-19 vaccination booster update, our Navajo Nation Personnel Policy Amendment with the ARPA FRF office hiring, COVID-19 leave amendments, the isolation and quarantine updates and clarifications were made. We did host a virtual retiree recognition again this past year. And then also with the ARPA hardship CIB technical assistant drives has been ongoing. Our DHR 2022 employee appreciation event did occur as well. Our DHR, in addition to our program, we are 100% 6B certified within our division with select programs in position of an operation card, P card. Our meetings continue to be virtual video platforms, Google Meet, Microsoft, and also with the agency councils in various areas. Much participation has accomplished through community outreach, including our weekly town halls and various training initiatives. With that, my program managers for each of the programs are available on the call. However, I do have 2 program managers that are at the RPAC meeting with the additional RPAC committee. For clarification, I would like to mention, for clarification purpose, and before I read onto the budget, Mr. Chair and Mr. Vice Chair, is that OMB's summary report shows 2.7 million under general fund, which should be 2.6 million. So so we did see that, we did notice that, so we will work with OMB to make that change. As I indicated, there is no change from FY22 and FY2023. Therefore, in our Exhibit A, we'll need to make that correction, and we'll work closely with OMB. When I start the budget piece, we also have an alternative budget liaison, and I want to thank my staff for helping me in putting this together. I will also read to the committee, there are 4 budget unit numbers that are administratively under DHR, but I will read that as information only, Dole. So with that, that will complete the budget message. And I will go ahead and get started with our budget Form 1. Part 1 is budget business unit 114001, Division of Human Resource Administration. Part 2, general funds, is in the 34%, indirect costs at 65%, and then the FY22 GWA allocation at 1%. Part 3, I will read the A, B, and C, the bottom column. The Navajo Nation approved original budget under A is $603,849. The proposed budget under B is $588,659. C, with the difference total of $15,190. And then with that, in part 4, position and vehicles, for the original budget, we do have 4 position, and proposed budget we will have 4. Total vehicle 1, original budget, and the proposed will remain 1. And budget Form 2. For business unit 114001, under CJA 316, Division of Human Resource provides centralized human resource program service to the Navajo Nation government. The division management is accountable to the president of the Navajo Nation for performance its functional responsibilities in an effective manner. All management personnel within the division shall sufficient authority establish of their plans and perform job duties. Job responsibilities not inconsistent with the master plan of the Navajo Nation law. Goal number 1, Division of Human Resource Program shall have current and appropriate policies, procedures. The objective is to update the policies and procedure at least 1 program each year. Quarter 1, 1, quarter 2, 1, quarter 3, 1, quarter 4, 1. Number 2, goal statement, fully expend appropriate general funds by the end of FY 2023. The objective, the measure, expend 25% of the total general fund allocation per quarter. First quarter 25, second quarter 25, third quarter 25, fourth quarter 25. Number 3, goal statement, ensure quality customer service. The objective, at least 25% of the DHR customer service survey each quarter shall rate service as being met. First quarter 25, second quarter 25, third quarter 25, and fourth quarter 25. Number 4, increase the leadership skills of program managers. And the objective is to provide at least 1 quarterly leadership training for the DHR program managers and their key staff. Quarter 1, 1, quarter 2, 1, quarter 3, 1, and quarter 4, 1. Final goal statement, increase employee engagement. As an objective, provide at least 1 quarterly webinar through community and employee outreach. First quarter 1, second quarter 1, third quarter 1, and fourth quarter 1. So I will read budget Form 2 for that division. The next one, business unit 114002, Navajo Nation Band, under Division of Human Resource Executive. Part 2, is the funding source general fund for fiscal year. The amount is $55,632 at 100%. Part 3, budget summary. The approved original budget is at $65,632. The proposed budget, $55,632, the difference of $10,000. The position budgeted none, proposed none, total number of vehicles 0, and proposed 0. And there's their budget summary as well. The next business unit. Business unit 114003, Navajo Nation TV and Film. Part 2, the general fund at $350,521, 73%. Indirect costs at $72,083 at 15%. The proprietary funds at $45,000 at 9%. And then FY22 GWA allocation at $12,183 at 3%. Part 3 of the budget summary, the approved original budget is $469,787. The proposed budget is $479,787 with a difference of $10,000. Part 4, the total number of position budgeted is 7. The proposed budget is at 7. The total number of vehicles is at 3, and we'd like to propose to remain 3. Business unit number 114004. Part 2, general fund. This is for Office Navajo Labor Relations. Part 2, general fund at $333,169 at 73%. Indirect costs of $112,124 at 25%. And then the FYGWA allocation at $11,435 at 3%. Part 3 of the budget summary, the approved original budget is $446,728. Our proposed budget is $456,728 with a difference of $10,000. The total number of positions budgeted is 6, and we want to propose as 6 positions. Total numbers of vehicle is 2, and the proposed number of vehicle is 2. They've also have, with the time that I have, with the limited time, I'm not reading the budget form 2, the objectives and goals, and they are there. Our next business unit number, 114006, staff development and training. Part 2, funding source, general fund is at $220,521 at 46%. Indirect cost recovery, $121,485 at 40%. Proprietary fund at $30,000 at 11%, with the FY22 GWA allocation $9,459 at 3%. The approved original budget is at $371,465, with a proposed budget of $381,465, which gave us a difference of $10,000. The total of positions budgeted is 5 from the original budget. The proposed budget will remain at 5. The total vehicles budgeted is at 1 under original budget. The proposed budget will remain at 1. The next business unit 114007, the Navajo Nation Occupational Safety and Health Administration. The general fund at $132,054 at 42%. The indirect costs at $175,370 at 56%. The FY allocation at $6,885 at 2%. Part 3 of the budget summary, the approved original budget is at $304,309. The proposed budget at $314,309 with a difference of $10,000. The total number of budgeted is 4 positions. The proposed budget will remain at 4 positions. The total number of permanent assigned vehicles, original is 1, and the proposed will remain as 1. Business unit 114009, Department of Personnel Management. Part 2, funded sources. General fund is at $1,024,923 at 58%. The indirect cost at $700,877 at 40%. The GWA at $47,775 at 3%. Part 3 of the budget summary, approved original budget is at $1,743,757. The proposed budget is at $1,773 at $575, with a difference of $29,818. The total number of positions budgeted is
I think
25.
that pretty much what our presentation is, today for the third quarter. Like we
The
mentioned,
proposed budget will be 25 positions. The total number of vehicle for this position is 0. Proposed number of vehicle is 0. The next budget unit number 114010. This is with the Department of Workforce Development. Part 2, the funding general fund FY 2023 is $115,900 and 38%, 0.38%. The Workforce Development CSP audit PY 2020, and some of our workforce development, they have a different fiscal year. So if you can, just to note that we do have different fiscal year under workforce development. Under the adult PY 2020 is $7,292,658 at 24%. The SYS Youth PY 2020 is at $5,553,150 at 18%. Native Employee Works PY 20 is $1,752,666 at 6%. The adult PY 2021, $8,890,732 at 29%. The SYS Youth PY 2021, $5,091,639 at 17%. Native Employee Works PY 2021 is $1,752,666 at 6%. The GWA FY 2023 allocation, $3,143 at 1%, which gives a total amount of $30,452,554 at 100%. Part 3 budget summary, approved original budget is at $114,300. The proposed budget is $119,043, which gives a difference of $4,743. The total number of positions under here is 1, and then proposed budget as 1. A lot of them are under the funds there. The next one, business unit 114018, which is the Office of Background Investigation. Part 2, funding source, general funds at $237,639 at 51%. The indirect cost at $201,993, 43%. The proprietary at $20,000 at 4%. And the FY 2023 allocation at $9,101 at 2%, which gives a total amount of $468,733 at 100%. Part 3 budget summary, the approved original budget in the amount of $413,718. The proposed budget at $468,733, which gives a difference of $55,015. The total of position budgeted is original is 6. We are proposed budget at 7 for the position. The total number of vehicle is 0, and the proposed is 0. Business unit 118018. This is a fixed cost, and this is under the BNF business BNF committee. So with that part, this is for information only. Part 2, funding source, personnel lapse savings at $5 million at 67%, and then general fund at $2,500,000 at 33%. The original budget is at $3 million. The proposed is $7,500,000, which, and this is just for information only. The next section is the match fund, business unit 118024, Department of Child Support Services. excuse me. Part 2, U.S. Department of Health Human Service, $3,600,000 at 80%. The Navajo Nation General Fund match is at $900,000 at 20%. This one here, the matching fund is at the $900,000, and there is no difference, no positions, and no vehicles. Business Unit 714001, again, information only, and this is under the Budget and Finance under Fiduciary Fund at $69 million at 100%. And again, informational item. Business Unit 714002, Department of Retirement Service under Fiduciary Funds at $1,690,600 at 100%. Again, information only. Original budget, approved original budget is at $1,541,900. And the proposed budget is at $1,690,600 with a difference of $148,700. Total positions budgeted is at 11, and the proposed position is at 11. Total of vehicles is 0. Next one, Business Unit 714003. Again, information only under the BNF. For this one is a fiduciary at $70,000 at 100%. Under the original budget is $70,000, and then under the proposed budget is at $70,000. No positions and no vehicles. The last one under Business Unit K220712, which is under the Navajo Office of Vital Records and Identification. And so with this, there are funding sources through BIA, and then BIA PL 93638. The first line, $999,458.52 at 20%. BIA PL 638 K220712, $674,804 at 14%. BIA 638 K21071113 at $21,131 at 0%. BIA 638 K210730 at $151,202 at 3%. BIA 93638 K20071112, $818,450 at 17%. BIA 93638 K200779, $1,378 at 0%. PL 9638 K200778, $1,641 at 0%. BIA PL 93638 K200777, $10,435 at 0%. PL 638 K200776, $64,296 at 1%. PL 638 K200775, $75,491 at 2%. PL 638 20074 at $38,718 at 1%. PL 93638 2007773 at $489 at 0%. PL 638 K200705 $222,399 at 5%. PL 638 K190735 at $5,814 at 0%. PL 638 K180725 $385,159 at 8%. KPL 638 K170704 at $1,063,675 $675 at 22%. PL 638 K160735 at $355,451 at 7%. The overall total being $4,890,091.52 at 100%. So the overall approved budget in Part 3 budget summary $998,153. The proposed budget at $999,458.52, with a difference of $1,305.52. The total number of positions budgeted is, in the original budget, is 27. The proposed budget remains 27. The total number of vehicles budgeted is 2, and the proposed budget for the vehicle is 2. And with that, our last portion is, as I stated, we do have an unmet need, and this is for business unit 114004 for Office Navajo Labor Relations. Part 3, general fund, the unmet need for Tuba City area in the amount of $131,332 at 50%, and the general fund unmet need for Shiprock area for $131,332 at 50%. There is no proposed budget for FY 2023, but we are proposing $262,664 with a difference of $262,664. There is no proposed positions or vehicles. However, we are proposing for 4 positions and 2 company vehicles. At this time, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, honorable members of the Health and Education Committee, this will complete our budget summary report. Again, I apologize for not reading each of the original objective and statements, but it is there and you do have time to read. And I did take notes from the earlier conversation from OMB. I do agree with you that we do need to revisit a lot of our plan of operations. And at this time, I myself am open for questions, and my staff are also available on the line. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah.
Dr. Fowler, committee members, do you have any questions for Dr. Fowler?
Thank you, Chair Salona.
Honorable Pernell Halona, you have the floor.
Oh, thank you, Chair, and thank you, committee members. Good morning, everybody. Dr. Fowler, good morning. The question I had is a couple of those on the information that you gave out was you had several of them that had that number under that said FY 22 GWA, and then there was also on 1407 it said GWA was FY 2021. And then on 114010, you got the GWA at 23 on the year. So I just wanted to ask, I had a couple of questions on those increases. Also I want to ask why on 114018, you had $55,000 increase. I want to find out what that increase was completely all about. Chair, that's all questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Halona. Dr. Fowler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your question, Shajah. On the GWAs, I can go ahead and take a look at that. The only one that has different fiscal year, like I said, was the workforce development. And if there's one that says 2023, we're gonna have to change that to 2022. I apologize for that. We'll make those corrections. And as far as the increase on the 114018, you said, right? And those are the, as indicated there, we are looking at an additional position. And we are in need of more personnel, but I do have my a caller that is the program manager on the line. If I can give her some time to Ms. City on the budget portion, if that's allowed.
Okay, yeah, that would be okay. But how about on that 114007? You have that GWA at 21 on the year.
Is that correct, Ralph?
Sir, thank you for pointing that out. We will correct that. All GWA allocations within this comprehensive budget should state FY 2022. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. City, are you available?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'm pretty sure you heard his question. Will you please provide a response regarding the increase to your budget? Thank you.
Okay, good morning, Honorable Daniel So and the committee members, Honorable Halona, for your question of the increase of 55,000. That pretty much covers the additional position that we are advertising for, and that's for the Office of Background Investigation Manager position. So that's the reason for the increase. Thank you.
That will conclude our response, Mr. Chair and Mr. Halona. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fowler. And also, so that position you're talking about has not been filled. Are you advertising out for that one already?
Yes, we are advertising that. We will be advertising that position. There was, I think you all know, if there's a legal case going on until that position gets closed out, then that's when we start advertising. That's kind of why it took a while for us to do that. So we'll continue advertising that position. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fowler.
For now, right?
That's all for now. Oh, where's the unmet needs? Unmet needs. Way the back.
Meeting members, my cell signal is getting sporadic. I didn't hear some of the discussion. However, Dr. Fowler, as far as ONLR, how many other positions need to be filled with ONLR?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question. The position there, this happened before my time, but I like to hand off to our program manager, Mr. Ronald Curtis, why we're proposing additional personnel for these positions under unmet need, and he'll provide a reason as well. And some time back, these positions were abolished, and I know you'll probably have a question of why you want to bring it back. And a lot of this happened before I came on board, but we are getting numerous constituents, not only concerns, but we need additional people at these sites. So if I can hand off some time to Mr. Curtis to provide a response on additional personnel. Mr. Curtis, are you available? Are you on the call, please?
Yes, I am, Dr. Fowler.
Okay, if you can elaborate on the positions for Mr. Our Honorable Chair. Go ahead, Mr. Curtis.
Got that, Mr. Chair. So how are you doing, sir?
I'm good. Good to hear your voice.
Good. And other committee members, yeah, hey, good morning. My name is Ron Curtis. I'm the program manager for the Office of Navajo Labor Relations. I'd like to elaborate a little bit on the question for Mr. So that back in, I think it was 2015, the Office of Navajo Labor Relations had a reduction in force. And this, I do not know the specific reasons why there was a reduction in force. I did not come to the Labor Relations Organization until after that was done, and that all the positions were all let go, all the offices were closed. I believe I heard from some of the staff that there was a lack of monitoring and supervision of the personnel out there because there was no program manager for roughly 3 years for the Office of Navajo Labor Relations. They only had acting people in acting status for labor relations. So those offices, all 5 offices closed, and everything was centralized into Window Rock. And the program now only operates with 6 staff for the whole reservation. And what we requested for in the unmet needs was 2 personnel in Tuba City and 2 personnel in Shiprock. Those are the areas where we have the heaviest activity of construction sites opening. Also, Kayenta is under Tuba City agency, so there's a need for the Kayenta area as well as Tuba City, Page, and those areas south of Tuba City, all the way down to Loop and Dilcon. That we have a lot of construction activity. In the Shiprock agency, we have a lot of activity also in the Utah area of the reservation that we have to monitor and enforce. And it is quite a distance for us to do that from Window Rock, to travel to both locations, Tuba City and Shiprock. And we'd like to establish agency offices in these 2 areas right away so that we could alleviate some of the concerns that these constituents have having to come into Window Rock to find a compliance officer to make a complaint about some unfair labor practices going on in those areas. So we would like to establish offices in those agencies, Tuba City and Shiprock. And we've submitted the unmet needs budget to cover that portion of it. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan. Any members, any other questions? If there's none, then the chair would also like to pose a question. Respective of the Office of Vital Records. Since we do have a huge focus on the hardship assistance and the huge focus on obtaining certificate of Indian blood. What is the progress? Perhaps maybe the current situation. How many applications per agency? How many? We get daily daily requests for assistance. And I guess the main thing is, are we making progress? Do we have enough personnel? Do we have enough, what would you say, connectivity to the Navajo Nation IT so that the main records at Window Rock can be accessed by the agency personnel? That's where the mass of applications are, I guess, piled up at. How do we make progress such that more and more people use their CIB to become eligible for the hardship assistance? That would be the question from the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your question. Before I hand it off to our program manager, Mr. Ronald Duncan, our focus has been assisting the constituent in getting their CIB. And we have been dealing with a lot of dual CIBs as well, and working on confirmation and so forth. But as of June 5th, 2022, it was reported that we have a total of 405,497 enrolled members. But understand that we are still inputting all the hardship drives that we had done. We do encounter some false claims. We do our best in addressing that. What I can propose from my end as an administrator is to have Mr. Duncan provide this committee how many applications do we have by agencies and how many are pending and so forth, that where it's more clear to this committee. We often do get daily requests. At this point in time, the building that we are in, it does not need additional personnel due to space and social distancing. However, I will have Mr. Duncan elaborate on the new space where we're moving to. And the biggest portion of this vital records is the connectivity with DIT. And I'll let him explain. I don't want to steal his thunder of the personnel of DIT. And we're also moving forward on building a better system to issue a Navajo Nation identification cards. And I will have Mr. Duncan elaborate on that. Mr. Duncan, I'd like for you to elaborate on the question posed by Honorable Chair. So, Mr. Duncan.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. Thank you, Dr. Fowler. This is Ron Duncan, Program Manager for Vital Records. And thank you for the question. And regarding the hardship applications, the request for CIBs, and you touched upon some of the key elements that that's hindering our program in terms of our database, temporary staff, and also our office space. Now, I'm encouraged that we have a network specialist now within our program. She started back on a week and a half ago. And in that week and a half, we made quite a bit of progress in updating some of our IT issues, okay? And we're having discussions with the folks from DIT to install new equipment. And so we actually have a meeting later on to complete that process. So I'm really encouraged by that because that's been a big hindrance in having access to the enrollment database by all of our staff and also by the hardship staff so they can do their work. And, you know, as far as our office and their office, as far as hardship, we're just overwhelmed with the number of requests that are coming in. And so we're trying to make it easier for ourselves and allow the IT piece to do the work. Once you touched upon the office space issue, you know, we're pretty much maxed out of how many people we can hire in maintaining a safe space. We do have office space located near the Navajo Times. We just need to complete that move. And so with the help with our IT person to help us get two things done, our phone system, and also access to our enrollment database. Those are happening. And so, and again, I'm encouraged by that. And once we complete our move, that opens up office space so we can hire temporary staff. And that's been a little bit of an issue in itself too, in hiring temporary staff, because the ones that we do have will be timing out. So we have to hire additional staff. But for now, we are making progress, and I'm encouraged by that, and because I know it's been an issue for quite a while. But that's where we stand right now, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan. In relocating to the Navajo Times building, is there, and Dr. Fowler, and the committee be of assistance to making sure that all the agreements are entered into so that the move can be Hello? Hello?
Go ahead, Chair. I can hear you.
Okay, for the folks on the call, did you hear my question?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I did hear your question, but you got a little bit of interruption toward the end. But regarding the move to the Navajo Times building nearby there, we are working on an agreement, and we will keep you all in the loop of the agreement for the Vital Records Office to relocate there as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fowler. And Mr. Duncan, as far as connectivity from the agency offices to the mainframe at your office, are there any issues with those? Are everybody connected to the main files?
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, the issues was receiving the security equipment, and I forget the technical name of them, but they're called Palo Altos. We ordered them some time back, but unfortunately it takes a while for them to come in, but they are in now, and we actually have a meeting later on this afternoon to get those set up. We had an issue last night with our enrollment database, and so so we are making sure that the security pieces, the devices are set up so we can get that done quickly. And again, once they're up, the direction, the goal is that we are, all agencies are connected. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan. That's good to know. I guess we'll just have to also follow up with our IT team. I know that cybersecurity is one of the main things, issues worldwide. So that's where we have to be diligent. But thank you for providing the update to how your office is proceeding. Committee members, anybody else? Do you have any questions or a question to Dr. Fowler and anyone of her staff?
Chair.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you very much. I guess I would like to see how we can create a fully digital record system for our people, and how we can collaborate with social services so that our people can have one sort of account with the Navajo Nation for any of the services that they may be seeking and qualified or eligible to receive. And I guess as we move through this process, I'd like some assistance from the program on how we can put that into a legislative concern and help you budget for that over this year. It's something we've discussed for the past couple of years. And I think we're moving in that direction with the digitization of some of the aspects of our different programs. But we need, I think, really to level up into the 21st century. And I know, you know, with this $5 million of cybersecurity improvement that's going to be made with the ARPA funding, that we should have a more secure Navajo Nation system. And in a previous report to Hess, I'm trying to remember, I think this was from Orlando Bowman, he discussed, and I'm forgetting the exact terminology, but needing to have a secure, God, I'm blanking now right now. I was trying to go through my notes and find precisely what it's called, but some sort of server and system to hold all this information. And I think that should also include banking information. And I think we need to be creative and maybe contact the US Treasury, and they figure out how to work with different banking institutions to push out the relief checks that they did over the past couple of years. And I know we don't have the full power of the US government, but I think that there's a way to do direct deposits so that we can avoid a lot of the issues that have taken place thus far with our people in the hardship process. And I'd like to be hopeful that in the future we'd be able to help our folks like that again. So, you know, you don't have to necessarily say something right now, but I think if we can continue the email traffic and work on that as we move through this process. Thank you.
You, Vice Chair Slater, it's a great idea. Just yesterday, I was dealing with a family that couldn't find their grandmother's CIB and therefore couldn't get the funeral assistance. And it took some time. It's a good thing that the family found the CIB. So those are some things that and again, if we could make those records available across all the divisions that offer assistance to our constituents, I think is vital to serving our people. Thank you, Honorable Slater. Committee members, anybody else have a question for Dr. Feld?
Chair Salona?
Honorable Halona.
Thank you, Chair. The only question I had was on your unmet needs. You have those two positions in Shiprock. And what was the other one? Chinley? Anyway, those are two positions that you're trying to put in place. Are those going to be the only two that you're going to locate at those offices, or is there some down the road you might be able to add some other individuals into those offices? Is there any plans for that, or you're just going to go with the two people at both locations? Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Halona, for the question, Jack. We submitted the two for now, Shiprock and Tuba City, because that's where we're getting most of our constituents' concerns from. However, while we do that, we can reevaluate the other system, but we do have a draft plan, a temporary plan, but we do really need labor compliance officers, and they will also include office assistant. But after we deal with these two, If we reestablish it, then we can reevaluate other areas. But these are the two. These are the, I'm sorry, I'm getting interruption, but these are the only two that we're focusing on at this point.
Yes, if we could get folks to mute their phones, it would really help. Sorry about that, Dr. Fowler. Go ahead, continue your response.
That's okay, Mr. Chair. Like I stated earlier, we are looking at the two unmet needs for the high level areas from Shiprock and Tuba City. We really do need labor compliance officers, and I can't afford to send my staff there on a daily or by day basis. So once we do that, we have a draft, a tentative plan if we do need additional areas that needs to be open. But we want to do our best in focusing on the high need area from Shiprock and Tuba City. But we are willing to share those plans with you and the committee. Thank you. That will be my response.
Thank you, Dr. Fowler. I appreciate that. Jeff?
Thank you, Honorable Halona. Committee members, any other questions or discussion points? If not, then from the chair, I have an item. I really want to see how we can change the focus within personnel management, within our system. We hear often where a person applies for a position. They may have a master's degree, they may have a bachelor's degree, they may have years and years of experience. And they're back to the Navajo Nation. And they realize there's no jobs available. So they apply for position near their home or within a commute distance. And what we hear is, I applied for a position, but I'm deemed overqualified. And you know, these folks are applying to offer their experience, education, their talents to the Navajo Nation. And when you deem them overqualified, basically, we're basically telling them, we don't need you. And rather than saying you're overqualified, then perhaps the system ought to refer them to another position that basically would be within the parameters of what they would be qualified for. So those are some things that I really think our personnel system has to really change. That would be commentary. I know that when we were talking about reclassifying some of the CHRs, that discussion there was many points on that discussion. Committee members, Dr. Fowler, how can we move forward on those aspects?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate this question, and I always hear from you and this committee, and I continue to do my best with my team. But one of the biggest things is that ever since I came on board, one of the things that I've told my Department of Personnel Management is never, ever send a letter that indicates you're overqualified. And I get copies of all the letters that are sent out that say that they did not get selected for the position. But I have yet, ever since I started, but if there's a letter out there since 2019 to now, I'd like to see it. I tell people that because DPM, you are not to send out letters indicating an individual is overqualified. You know, I have not seen one, but if there's ever one, the only one I seen was back in 2006, and then one in 2008. But I can have Ms. Woody elaborate on that. That's one thing that we told our program, do not send letters that states that you are overqualified. One of the things that we're also doing is we drafted what is called an underfill policy. An underfill policy are positions that we can get these individuals in, whether they have no experience or no degree. And so those are some of the underfill policy that we are going to be bringing forward to this committee. We also have a new system that is coming forward, and we're really excited about that. It's the HRMS system, to where an individual apply, and you are correct that all of you are correct. We need to create this online central database system to where you do things online and so forth. But at this point in time, I'd like to have Ms. Whitty provide some just really brief highlights to our Honorable Chair So and our committee members regarding some individuals that apply that indicate that they get letters that are overqualified. You know, I have not seen any of them, but Ms. Whitty, could you please elaborate on how we're addressing this, and if you can share the plans that we have in place. Ms. Whitty?
Thank you, Dr. Fowler. And committee, Honorable Chair, Vice Chair, and Health, Education, Human Services Committee. I apologize, I'm not available to do video because of the limitations of internet services. But I would like to go ahead and just elaborate a little bit of what the concerns have been in terms of overqualified. One of the major issues that have always stemmed, you know, any department of personnel management or human resources management is the fact that there is communication that our department, DPM, does send letters to individual candidates who are well qualified, or in this case, you know, we do extend our, you know, when we see a credentialed individual, highly credentialed, there's nothing that says that within our recruitment that we're going to disallow this individual to be sent any formal letter. And as Dr. Fowler had mentioned, there hasn't been anything that I've seen that would suggest that our department is in fact sending documents or letters to qualified individuals. If anything, we would definitely extend those positions, those job offers to those individuals. In terms of moving forward with DPM, we do have some divisions that do provide human resources or recruitment services to those, to their different programs within their divisions, but it's still centralized and filtered through our office. We do the advertisements, we do the assessments, and at that point, say for instance, we do send them to the individual departments and saying, you know, this individual, these individuals or these candidates are the ones that are qualified. And in that aspect, if an individual is not properly assessed, they still have the option to come back and submit their appeal to me, and which allows me to review it further if it does get, if say for instance the assessment is not deems them not qualified to be extended for an interview. So what we basically do is we have that option within policies, so we apply those. If there's an individual out in the general public that has this letter, I would like to see it. I would like to understand, okay, this is something that's being mentioned at our oversight committee, and we want to quash those, because right at this moment I can say that we are not practicing that. That's what I can provide in terms of an explanation. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, that will complete our response.
Thank you, Dr. Fowler and Ms. Woody. Committee members? Any other comments, statements, or questions? Honorable Halona, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, committee members. Dr. Fowler, I was just brought up another discussion about how people get that come in that get a job, and they're college students coming in and they're told that they're not qualified for the position. And how can we get around that if they don't get any experience, because they don't have experience and they're not qualified for that reason? And I know that there's a 90-day period window that you can hire people on, and if they're not doing their job, you can remove them after the 90 days. How can we get around some of that? Because I did hear some people that say that they had experience or didn't have experience, but they were going to school for that position, but they were still turned down on the job because they didn't have the experience. So how can we get around that, Dr. Fowler? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Mr. Halona. I think you're on a couple of calls at the same time, and some of us are, but I did provide an answer to something similar. We did create a draft of what is called underfill policy. And the underfill policy will help these individuals that do not have an experience in HR or Department of Health or DCD. And when they don't have the experience and they apply, we have to be open to have them gain the experience and giving them not only 90 days, but maybe 120 days so they gain the experience. And one thing that I really promote is continuing education and professional development. A lot of our young people, they really want to learn, they're eager to learn, but we cannot just close the doors on them, give them the opportunity of having them gain experience. They may be going to school to become a information technology specialist of some sort, but they can also gain some management experience or even office experience. That is what the underfill policy is for. So we can open it up and you go around it. But those are some of the things that we are looking at doing. We did submit DPM, and our office completed the draft. It's now with the Office of President and Vice President for their review. Once there are any changes that need to be made, it's going to come back to this committee to implement within the policy. Of course, this committee will have to approve that as well. So that's how we're going to do that, Mr. Halona. Thank you very much. That's my response.
Thank you, Dr. Fowler. I support that effort that you're going to continue with that to get those people employed and get them more experience. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Halona. Committee members? Anybody else?
Follow up to Delegate Halona's question.
Yes, Honorable Vice Chair Slater, you have the floor.
Thank you. I know that oh gosh, now I'm just blanking on the term you used, but the underfilled policy,
has been mentioned before, and I've brought up, the staffing issues that we're presently having within District 11 for our AMS and CSC positions. And I'd like to know when that's going to be presented to the committee for approval. Because I think we're at the stage where it may have to rise above a legislative concern if we're not able to get it by the end of this fiscal year. We'll definitely need it within the first quarter of the next year. And we just have so many people who are within the district who can do the work or are already doing it as, temporary office aides. And it's a crime that they're not getting paid appropriately for that. So, that's one comment I want to make. And then I think Dr. Fowler, Shema, you heard me discuss the salary issues, and I think that that's a big part in attracting and recruiting talent and retaining them. If I could get an update on where we're at with the salary survey, and if that's something that you're going to need additional funding for, either in carryover dollars or for budgeting it within this next year to complete that process. But separate and apart from that, I still would like to see you hire someone to do an analysis on matching or aligning closer with the federal pay scale, so there's less competition between us and the federal entities here in Navajo that can poach our people. And yeah, I'll stay right there for now.
Thank you, Shiaz. Thank you for your question. I believe I can push this underfilled policy within this quarter, which is our fourth quarter. If I can get something, I can push it toward the end of August, early September, that would be great. And then as far as salary, I was going to mention that earlier, but we are having, I know I did send you all the recommendation that was posed at one point in time at NABI by Honorable Vince James. Well, what is your recommendation? What can we help you with regarding salary? So we are moving forward. Our first meeting with Honorable Raymond Smith is scheduled for August 8th. And we want to run down all the information of what we've researched by DPM, our surrounding pay areas, and looking at the pay study, salary study that was done in 2018. Some of the things that's supposed to have been implemented in 2019 was put on hold. We're going to take a look at that as well. And then even if we may not even have to do another study, but go off with what is already there and then share the cost of how much that's going to be. And I'm hoping to have some answers as early as the end of, we're going to meet on August 8th. We should have some answers the week of August 8th through the 12th, around that in Giage. So I can keep you all posted on that meeting, see how that goes, see if we're going to move forward. And then the cost, it's going to cost money to really put people. And then I remember there was also a list that was provided, how many of our staff are paid $13 and less. And then we provide that and we indicated how much money it's going to cost to get all those people up to $13 at least that are making lower than $13. So we also have that information that we will share on our August 8th meeting as well. So it's going to cost money, but we can share that with you. And Ms. Woody and myself will be meeting with Honorable Smith. And then from there, we can say, well, we want to involve our committee, our oversight committee. These are some of the things that we're seeing right now. So that's a step that we have, and that will be my response, Shiaj and Chiche. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Fowler. When the committee previously addressed it, I think we were talking with Division of Community Development from last Jim Martin, and he had also furnished the committee a study, and that was also going off the concern that Honorable Vice Chair Slater had brought about not being able to fill positions within his district with AMS and CSC, and that I think that particular situation exists in almost every council delegate district. Miss Angelita Benali, I remember that Miss Lasta Jim Martin had emailed us that particular study. If you could refurnish that to the committee, and if you don't have it on your email system, please reach out to Ms. Lasta Jim Martin. The reason I'm asking for it is I'd like to see, be able to compare it with what DPM produces, because it is the AMS and the CSCs are basically the government services at the local level. They are extension of every division and program. We need to, I guess, help the chapters fill those positions. Committee members, any other questions, discussion?
Chair Wanika.
Honorable Edison Wanika, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. This one item, I always have a concern in reference to people in leadership positions. And it even comes to president, vice president, and delegates of that AHEDA, and division directors, program managers, that AHEGI, Hashidat, Ashida, Ni, Dojo, Alle, Yakotansen, that's it. In your on your budget form 2, the purpose of the program, your performance criteria, that's the only one you went through. And sometimes it's good to go through all of them because it helps us to realize what the program is doing. On your goal statement 4, you put increase the leadership skills of program managers and provide at least 1 quarterly leadership training to DHR program managers and their key staff, which is really good. I like that. But I want to know, to what extent is that training done? If it's very well planned and if the training is done to an extent where it really provides a lot of guidance to these managers, 1 would be sufficient, but if not, there might be more, because the most complaints I get is usually that the manager, the division director, and we as policymakers, it's really hard. And a couple of times we included the president's office and then the division director, and we go to the schools, and those are some of the things we run into, is the managers, the leaders, employees, and sometimes it's really hard. And I think what you're doing is the best way to do it is to provide, to increase the leadership skills of these managers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. One of the things that I've came across when I first started was that thinking that our managers are to where they have a lot of management skills, disciplinary measure skills. And so I had to evaluate each of my managers under my division. And with that, providing constant guidance, that it did not only concern me, but I felt like I needed to assist. So has have proper orientation, have concrete documentation. So that's been always my goal. And one of the things that I put in there is that to where if I could do one training per quarter and make it mandatory, it's a 2-hour training. And one of the biggest problems we have, you all know, within our nation is customer service. And if we're telling our staff to provide customer service, but as managers and as leaders, we're not doing it, we're the problem. So rather than just giving it to the staff, you know, I feel like I need to train my managers and then myself as well. So so there is an objective. I provide topics. This is what we're going to be discussed. And then after that, there's an evaluation, there's feedback, we discuss. And a lot of times, the last one I think that I've done, you know, it's really COVID-19 So those are some of the things. A lot of my training, I don't just do it in English, I do it both in Navajo. So I do my best into balancing their work environment and then their home and email, phone etiquettes. There's all kinds of things, and staff development. So these are some of the topics, and I get really excited when I do the training. But as far as telling my other divisions, other programs to do that, you know, I can encourage it, but we do have some division program, even chapter houses that ask us to come out. And we were at Eastern Agency at one of the chapters within the last month. And then we get called to these chapters. Those are some of the things that we can't say no to, as long as they give us ample notice and then we give time to them. And I know we did some student orientation. We have a lot of students that are eager, but then again, it does start with our leaders, yes. And auto evaluation, so I know it's working and it's effective. And some of the data that we have after the training, we do share that as well with the leaders, and this is how it was taken, this is how it was perceived. So we do get a lot of positive feedback, and I would like to continue. I wanted to do 2 trainings per quarter, but I said, you know, it's going to be a little bit too much. So rather than getting people from the outside, we can do it ourselves as leaders to educate them. It's pretty much required. We give it a 2-hour, and on top of that, I give 2 hours of professional development. And the 2 hours of professional development is really good because they'll let them go attend. If they were to go elsewhere somewhere, they're going to let them know, well, how do you keep yourself abreast of your position, or what do you do? And if it really helps them, if they ever decide to leave, this is how much training that they've done. And then looking at that, it bases on their EPA after a performance evaluation. Wow, you've attended this many training, that's really good. You know, so that I want to continue promoting, but that's kind of how extensive it goes.
Thank you, Dr. Fowler. Committee members?
Yeah, Chair. Yeah, I appreciate the response, but you know, Chair, we went through quite a bit of this discussion with the schools and then certain program managers, and the one thing we always hear is retaliation. Because I don't know what we need to do. I think we need to look at it as a Navajo nation. I know Dr. Fowler probably is trying to do this for the whole nation, but and here like as oversight committees, we're just policymakers, to really get more involved in providing guidance. It'll be an assistance and chair. Thank you.
I guess the main thing is we look at the workplace environment, especially in the area of intimidation and providing a workplace free of harassment. Those are some ideas preliminarily, but as we move forward, we can request for a relook at those particular parts of the policy. And I know there's other avenues of providing the supervisors a work improvement plan. That might be something that would go hand in hand with the issues that you bring. We do realize that it exists within the system, and we're in a position to correct those items through policy. So that would be one of the items that I think Ms. Benali, you would make notation. Perhaps it would be a legislative concern or another footnote to addressing these issues that we're identifying. Thank you. Meeting members? Any further discussion?
We'll get the
Sir Chair, Honorable Paul Begay, you have the floor.
Chair, Chair, Honorable Chair, so Ados Nala, Vice Chair Slater, though, Ado Hesse Committee, Hesse Committee members, and Clinicator is not Sagi Ados Mat, but nature, and nature Hana Inla, Mako. I don't really want to sound like that, but you can't help but you want to express what has been said already. Honorable Terifwani Kaye Khatigi. Nishia Bishmas Anni Klingi a quick ego Nagay at the local level, Nagay chapter level, Ad Dad Nishiki or your Obazat, but then Hala a quick ego, Danil a core agency go but now has you have an agency of, and I'll be open Delta by Yeshki. He does Twidosani by Ahayahan Nimigi. Acquired Nahat Ahado or Ni Aya Addison at the Tuba City agency level. A core Hanchi Tego, she lay what Dako, Tagaho, Sandego, Iya. Autonomous visit the Nahat or Lisa Anna Yad Kisko that senior citizen now in the local accord or Bans il Dehnal that Arden Dad and Shiki Ade Kushit no. E Delta, Janat Ego, all over at all the 5 agencies. Oh, how you? Nanishki Sahas Kri. Onanes, Liziki Kotza. At Ashon, Dahited Nishan, or kushet nido kut ego iya ishiyat ki etahotash lado ba bekensen sa even na on chutole on ni even na betania todan akod I gisit o nahoti akwa ki hal anige نغاية هنا هيكون في عادة من هذا حاسي وتأك أكو إيش هذا السن سأين هذا it all administrative leave ناشطين يا أكو أنا تلخاشت نه شنوغا يا هلنا أكو أي سيدو يا أشكون ده عادة ده نشجي إيدو أنن كي تو اللي تنحل عليك إيه عادي كي the chapter level ده نشجي حجو الخنة دولة تو حجو بس نعنش دولة وقتي أنن كي تو pretty much ساعة كي بأت هيك شيء شو نني تلنجي أيوه ساعة كي ساتو باسي كده أدو يا كون هتني هاتو بكي يو بكي هاشيني تيسه يا نسهر كيسكي تو ب أتر نهوتي إله رس إسنيسه تو يا بانشين نكو الغشن تبان سي كيسوسي سي تيسه أخذ إيجوشين ويكين دا خنسله ترى هذا work session, workshop, إنه تو قد إيجو ياتها بندار نشجي بتنا عن نشتول ده تيجي هذا اللي هذا بيات إيه شو أو تأجو إيه هذا دي chain of command والجهكي ولا ناس نزك إيه كويس supervision بالخزة إيه تو إيه قلت نهاية تو يتهاس كويس I see to ya shkoda judan o hot awna has go ta shodne na nistayot khaan o hot ado to na na slash khalna te ado bani yehgot o ande kade ya ta donan nistatole to ni di o shilni ni na ya do shto ni da tunni go hot hotat ehgi khollo ada Okay, division director would yeah, facilitate as a kagi, President Nazo, President Liza, Indigi, Lagita, Concheti, Health Education Human Service, the Doigi, Siben, Nita, in the house, Lagi. But there needs to be some kind of communication. Kodoro has the recommendation. We need to make sure that that recommendation goes through. Because the chapter level didn't give a card deal or it doesn't go anywhere. So the executive branch and the legislative branch, division directors and HESI committee members need to work together. شيء أو هتابع بين شخصنا ودو دننا كدنا نشجي كوشت ننجي أيدي أو بايشكي أو إيه كت أشمة أو كأجد إيه نادي هنتو كأش إيه عندي شيء chair أكون سو اللي بيعدي أشياء
Agushila, Dr. Fowler, in that aspect, I think we could revisit some of these issues, and then I guess but really policy-wise, that's almost umbrella type of to make policy to try to fit every workplace, every work site. That's the hard part. But I would basically, again, how do we set policy that would strengthen the enhancing the workability, the ability of the employee to deliver the services. That's where our focus should be. And those items that come under dispute, then we have to make policy available so that it can be addressed at the lowest level and in the best way possible. I realize that that's almost a look at it in contradictory terms. Because as a supervisor, you want a work product or work results. At the other end, as an employee, those aspects, I want to be treated humanely. I want to be talked to as an adult. I want to be appreciated for my work product. Those are some things that I have to relook at as we go forward. With that, committee members, any additional comments, statements, or questions?
Mr. Chair, this is Dr. Fowler. I can share something, one last item really quick, if I may.
Yes, Dr. Fowler.
Na ke she ado shanat ahnolini shana shayaj ke. They would virtual not in webinar series, but now and we're sharing it on the screen right now. There's customer service, sexual harassment, in collaboration not only with the president's office but staff development and our administration. We can do more of these kind of webinar series. They're like an hour and a half. We do customer service, sexual harassment awareness, leadership skills, and then motivation and understanding techniques. And you know how many registered, how many attended, and I think I do hear you. And ni the ne yisanol do the nen histahan now. Ado koden enni ya ado de sanol da no hatash do de sanil do lecho ni hita ne ba aton na hata isnen. Oko hajoshi da di linti behes ani lini ani sa ata tento sa ota ashkaj. One of the things that I've worked on when I first started was a social media policy. The social media, auto violence in the workplace. And those are some of the areas, some of these trainings that I'm certified to give those trainings. But again, you know, I got to make time. So there's like enhancing the delivery of services. Need initiative. Hajoshin do listo training zi sato behesani lini mandatory italyaga for managers, management supervisors, you know, hashit eshi natani shishik shiti nido tanini o hayu ado panda nishe lini to hajote descenda ado vice versa na handa nishido sa ahonata ta konde خجأوا واليني ويصلت أبا أتن شدوا كده يشلن دهرنا وتآدي بيش بهاس أنا بيش بيشنا دو ندو نسبتيشنا دو خيت آلا دينا تاني لني أنا أندل دين هيجهنات زهتا دانودا جو شيء كدو كتآدي لي كتآجو يسدي سيلنا تصوص بخادي لي جو كتآ دو بنا نشتكين أشياء كتآ بنا نشتكين دولة. And lastly, the process is more important than the product. Jo ha ishi such to liko di qua a process because it him. Jo hot ya not in wilye. She is at on ni so esato ka je or ani. So we have to really help each other understand the policies and understand one another rather than ani. We have employees that are they feel retaliated against or they don't want to say anything because they're gonna get disciplined by the director, the division director, or the supervisor or manager. I have to say, hey, there's a due process, there's a system. Yes, there's also discussion about the political at will, professional at will. That's another separate thing. So a lot of things we need to bring back to the committee, and I'm open to it. I'm open for discussions, work sessions. I think we need to come together, work together, and work on these things to address it at the lowest level possible. So if you get any more of these people that tell you, I have some delegates, and some of you are well aware, and I do my best to intervene. So that's what I do on my level. So I do get written statements, and the written statements really help me to better assist the employee or the supervisor. Without written statements, it's really hard because in the court system, that becomes a hearsay. So I really like to go off of written documentation. So I do my best to intervene, and I want to thank you for bringing this to my attention. There's more trainings that we do need to do with our managers and supervisors and directors and leadership. So thank you.
Sheila, Dr. Fowler, committee members, I'm going to be entering a no cell coverage area for about 15 minutes. So Vice Chair Slater, if you could take over chairing the budget hearings, I'll jump back on once that has signal. Entering a
Safe travels through the portal. Okay, so we're presently on item 5A, which is DHR, and committee members, I think we're in the discussion section of this where we discuss unmet needs, conditions of appropriation, and legislative concerns. Are you satisfied to move forward to the Division of General Services presentation?
Yes, I'm satisfied with it right now, Chair, Vice Chair.
Okay. Well, yeah, Dr. Fowler, for the presentation. I think based off of the committee's feedback, we will want to develop some legislative concerns. And on the items that I mentioned, I would appreciate if we could set up a time to chat before we get the final budget submitted. So let's reach out to one another, and we'll find time to make that happen. Committee members, there have been emails out about how to move forward with legislative concerns and COAs and how to register those with Office of Legislative Services staff and the Office of Legislative Counsel. So you can do that now, or you can work on those and we can address them later as we continue through the budget hearings. So committee members, we're going to move on to item 5B, Division of General Services. Presenter Oliver Arvizo, Division Director, Division of General Services. And then item I under B is, or 1, presentation from OMB regarding budget performance summary reports. Presenter OMB staff. Thereafter, we'll move to budget overview statement presentation from Mr. Arvizo, and then Mr. Yazi, and is it Minja? I think Ms. Talaman, and then will be the discussion for unmet needs, COA, and legislative concerns. So we'll move to the OMB staff for the general services presentation, and you're welcome to share the screen. Thank you.
Thank you, Shiaj. See ya.
Have a good day. OMB, you still there?
Oh, OMB's here.
Okay, good. I was about to start doing your presentation for you, and I was going to mess it up. Just kidding. Okay, so please proceed with your presentation on the Division of General Services, and you're welcome.
Okay, hold on for a second. The other budget analyst is on another line with the RDC. Let me get her report. Hold on for a second. We apologize.
We can, I think, yeah, we can't, we can. 10 days, so I was thinking today.
I didn't catch missed your name, but we could go to Dodie if that analyst is going to be on RDC, but that's also subject to Dodie's availability.
Oh, no, you didn't put anything on there. Well, I did. Okay, I did this.
I'm back on the line. This is Selena Begay with OMB.
Hi, Ms. Begay. Are you the budget analyst for General Services?
The budget analyst is Darlene Sand. She's on another line with RDC with her division.
Okay. So
I can read her report.
Okay, if you're comfortable with that and that's the best way to proceed with things, then please proceed.
Okay, this is Selena Begay, Senior Budget Analyst for OMB. I will be reading the Navajo Nation OMB report for Division of General Services. The second page has table of contents, A, FY 2023 Fund Type Budget Summary, B, FY 2022 Third Quarter Budget Expenditure Report, C, FY 2022 Third Quarter Performance Assessment Report, D, FY 22 Third Quarter Plan of Operations Status Report, E, FY 2022 Conditional Appropriation Legislative Concern Report, F, FY 22 External Fund Expenditure Report, G, FY 2022 Single Audit Report. The next page, A, FY 2023 Fund Type Budget Summary Report. Division of General Services, Fiscal Year 2023 Budget Summary Report by Fund Type. I will be reading the grand total on the bottom for the general fund totals. The first column has a business unit. The second column is listed by the programs. And this third column has a FY 2023 approved general fund budget. And general fund total for that amount is $4,420,353. Proposed general FY 2023 Navajo Nation Fund proposed general fund budget amount is for $5,720,000.
Can you pause your presentation for a moment?
Sure.
Ms. Benali, oh, here, we have it on the screen now. I don't know who's sharing, but Ms. Benali, can you direct us to the time that this one was sent out? I found the human resources presentation from OMB, but I haven't found the Division of General Services presentation.
Mr. Chair, I resent them both out this morning. The Division of Human
Okay, I see it now,
Resources.
8:22 a.m.
Yeah, it was
Good.
earlier this week, and I just sent them both this morning. I resent them rather. Okay.
Thank you very much for resending them. And committee members, again, 8:22 a.m. if you don't have the copy in front of you. Ms. Begay, please proceed. Thank you.
Okay, I was at the proposed general fund budget amount. The grand total for that is 5,720,000.
Excuse me, this is Selena, what page are you on? I'm doing the shared screen on the OMB.
I'm on the fourth page.
Okay,
Fourth
right.
page on the general fund, budget summary by fund type, the worksheet.
Okay, I think I'm where you are. Thank you.
Do I proceed?
Yeah, I just wanted, I'm
Yeah.
doing the screen share, and I just want it to be in sync with where you are on the OMB report. Thank you.
Okay, the proposed general fund budget amount, the grand total is $5,720,357. Indirect cost fund, $2,858,769. Personnel lab fund, $146,088. Total, $8,725,214. The bottom column is the proprietary fund total. Grand total for that for FY 2022 is $84,667,157. Proposed general fund that's from the previous column. I'm gonna go to the proprietary funds. For grand total for that is $81,341,607, and with all the columns together, that's $90,066,821. On tab B, FY 2022 third quarter budget status report. The next worksheet, it has the budget status report as of June 30, 2022 for Division of General Service General Funds. It is listed by the business unit and the program name. Grand total original budget amount is $7,379,008. Revised budget $8,557,387.32. Actual $3,872,266.21. Encumbrance $291,785.22. Budget available $4,393,335.89. Percent expended of total is 48.66%. And the next one, the grand total, I'll be reading the next worksheet for just the grand total on the bottom. The original amount is $80,097,178. Revised budget $82,876,267.19. Actual, 21,641,231.13 cents. Encumbrance, 2,293, 2,895,312.93 cents. Budget available, 58,339,723.13 cents. Overall expended percentage is 29.61%. The next one is C. MPS will be reading that. Mr. Chair and members of the committee, this is NC DeLargo. I'll be doing the tab C. Fiscal year 2022 third quarter performance assessment report for Division of General Services. The performance assessment score as the summary report for Division of General Services. As you can see, there are 5 programs that are below 2.0, and then an average overall score is 2.06 for Division of General Services. Full copies of this report are updated and disseminated each quarter. Going on to tab D, the third quarter plans of operation status report. There are 3 programs that have not updated their plan of operations. The gray shaded area means they're not updated. Going on to tab E for the condition of appropriation for Division of General Services. They have 2 legislative concerns. They have respond for third quarter and they're in non-compliance. It's MPS report. On E, external fund expenditure report will be OMB CGS will be reading that. This is Rachel Arvizo, Contracts and Grants Section, Principal Budget Analyst for tab F, the fiscal year 2022 External Funds Expenditure Report is provided on the next page. You will note at the top of the report on the left-hand corner, May 2022 closing entries are not included in this report, as well as the IDC in excess. This report is as of inception through June 15th, 2022. Vision at the bottom, middle of the page, column A is your index number, column B is your company number, column C is your contract identification number, column D is your start date, column E is your end date for the external contract, column F is the number of business units in this division, column G is your the number of companies established, column H is your business unit number, column I is your description of the contract, column J is the revised budget available, column K is your expenditures, column L is your open commitments, column M is the available balance as of this report date, column N is the percentage spent, and column O is your balance available. Reading the column row 3, column F, there are 2 business units, and going across 2 companies. The revised budget is $5,725,789. Expenditures total $776,076.85. Open commitments is $1,539,788.94. Available balance is $3,409,923.21. Total amount expended is 40%, and the balance available is 60%. Continuing to the next tab, tab G, fiscal year 2020 single audit report, there are none. Thank you. This concludes OMB's report.
Okay, Thank you very much. Committee members, do you have questions or comments on the OMB report? Okay, hearing none, we'll proceed on to the second section of the presentation. Do we have Oliver Arvizo?
Yes, could you hear me there? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Hello, my name is Oliver Arvizo. I'm the Deputy Division Director for General Services. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Slater, Vice Chairman, Chairperson, and the Health, Education, Human Community Services Committee, everyone here. I just want to say thank you for this opportunity. We're here. We're ready to present. I want to start off with our mission statement. Our mission statement is to provide quality support services through dedication, commitment to the Navajo Nation. Our vision is excellent through innovation and quality services. I just want to point out our divisions. We have 10 departments and programs. We have the Division of General Services, the admin portion of it. We have insurance services. Under insurance services, we have employee benefits, risk management, safety, loss control program, workman's comp, employee housing. We have facility maintenance department. We have fleet department, fleet management department, Department of Information Technology, Navajo Nation Telecommunications and Utilities, Records Management Department, Navajo Air Transportation, and Broadband, who is all under Division of General Services. I'm going to start off with the allocations for the general funds for fiscal year 2023. Just going to read off the general funds, starting with for the allocations. We have 5,720,357. Under IDC, we have 2,858,769. For the personnel lapse, we have 146,088 for a total of 8,725,214. All right, moving on to our program budget summary. We have the business unit 112001 for Division of General Services Administration. Part 2, reading across, we have general funds, which is 387,608. I'm sorry, 603 with 68% total. Indirect costs, we have 178,066 at 31%. Personal lapse, we have 8,114 at 1%. Grand total at the bottom, 573,783, total of 100%. Moving over to part 3, the budget summary. We have the approved, the proposed, and total, the differences and or total. For the approved, we have 532,877. For proposed, we have 573,783. And column C is 40,906. Part 4, total number of proposed budgets. Approved, we have 5. Proposed is 5. Total number of vehicle budgeted, we have 2, and proposed 2. Moving on to Form 2. With the business unit of same 112001, our goal statement. And this is on part 3, goal statement, quarterly program reviews. Each quarter, all DGS programs will be reviewed to ensure continuous improvement activity. First quarter, we have 8. Second quarter, we have 8. Third quarter, we have 8. And fourth quarter, 8. Number 2, goal statements, development of overall Department of General Services safety plan. The program performance measure. By the end of the third quarter, implement a DGS safety plan. First quarter 0, second quarter 0, third quarter 1, fourth quarter 0. Number 3, our goal statement, Division of General Services program personal assessment. Program performance measures and our objectives. Each quarter, 2 Division of General Services programs will be assessed to ensure efficiency and position classifications. First quarter 2, second quarter 2, third quarter 2, and fourth quarter 2. Number 4, goal statement, program cost analysts, and our program performance measure objective to ensure the rates being charged are set to ensure financial self-sufficiency. We have first quarter 1, second quarter 1, third quarter 1, fourth quarter 1. The goal statement number 5, to complete comprehensive facilities assessment. Our performance measure, by the end of second quarter, complete facilities assessment to ensure data sets are aligned between facility maintenance department, insurance services department, and property management department. First quarter 0, second quarter 1, third quarter 0, fourth quarter 0. Moving on to budget unit number 112003 for insurance services department. General funds, and part 2, general funds, 85,465, percentage of 38%. IDC allocations, 132,537 at 59%. Personal lapse fund, 4,819 at 2%. The total for part 2, 222,821, a total of 100%. Part 3 are approved, proposed, and differences in totals. On the bottom of part 3, for the approved, 222,501. Proposed budget is 222,821. And differences of 270. Our proposed budget, total proposed budget is 2. And I'm sorry, approved 2, proposed 2. Total number of vehicles budgeted 1, proposed 0. Moving on to Form 2, same business unit number of 112003 for insurance services. The goal statement, update insurance coverages report with the NNIC on a quarterly basis. Our performance measure objective, to ensure programs provide education, conduct site visits, virtual with insured participants quarterly. First quarter 4, second quarter 4, third quarter 4, and fourth quarter 4. Number 2, goal statement.
I have my email.
Nella, can you please mute your phone?
Okay, continue on goal statement number 2, provide administrative and technical support for NNIC to improve insurance plans. Our performance measure, ISD programs to facilitate and provide presentation virtual to the insured participants quarterly. First quarter 4, second quarter 4, third quarter 4, fourth quarter 4. The goal statement to secure and archive insurance claims files through a secure database. Performance measures, upload 25 claim folders per quarter into the secured service for claims management. The first quarter is 25, second quarter 25, third quarter 25, fourth quarter 25. Goal statement, ensure programs conduct preventative presentation to Navajo Nation insured participants to decrease medical claims experience. Performance measures, provide education to Navajo Nation government employees and insure participants per quarter. First quarter 4, second quarter 4, third quarter 4, and fourth quarter 4. Goal statement, redesigned ISD office cubicle layout to meet HIPAA regulations and enclose the front office for document control. Our performance measures to secure ISD and programs confidential documents with the 4 programs. First quarter 0, second quarter 0, third quarter is 2, and fourth quarter 4. Moving on to business unit 112004, risk management program and safety. Part 2, indirect costs, 46,886 at 100%. General funds is at 100. Total of 0. Down at the bottom of part 2, 286 with 100%. Part 3, we have the approve, propose, and differences. On the bottom, approve, we have 40,783. Propose 46,286, and a total of 5,548. Total number of proposed positions budgeted. We have approved 0. Approved 0, budget proposed 0. Total number of vehicles 0, and 0 for proposed. Moving on to Form 2. Part 3, we have the goal statement, review and investigate claims. First quarter, we have 20. Second quarter, 20. Third quarter, we have 20. Fourth quarter, we have 20. Our proposed measures provide assistance in 20 accident investigations for Navajo Nation insurance pool members per quarter. Number 2, the goal statement, presentation and outreach of employees. Performance measure, conduct 4 safety trainings per quarter with certification. First quarter, we have 4. Second quarter, we have 4. Third quarter, we have 4. Fourth quarter, we have 4. Number 3, goal statement, recruitment and outreach. Performance measure, recruit 160 safety training attendees per quarter. First quarter is 160. Third quarter, 160. Fourth quarter, 160. Fourth quarter, 160. Goal statement, conduct facility safety inspections for the Navajo Nation and insured members. Program measures, conduct a total of 60 building safety inspections per quarter. First quarter, we have 60. Second quarter, we have 60. Third quarter, we have 60. And fourth quarter, we have 60. Goal statement, increase chapter involvement. Performance measure, conduct 15 chapter inspections, trainings, and outreach activity per quarter. First quarter, 15. Second quarter, 15. Third quarter, 15. Fourth quarter, 15. Moving on to business unit 112007, Navajo Air Transportation Department. Part 2, general funds, 609,595 at 99%. Personal lapse at 4,761 at 1%. A total of 614,356 at 100%. Part 3, budget summary. The approved, proposed, and differences on the bottom. For approved, we have 568,860. Proposed, we have 6,100 or 614,356. A total of 45,496. Part 4, total number of positions. We have 2 and proposed 3. Total number of vehicles, we have 2 and proposed 2. Which is all right, we gotta move one back here. I skipped over on my folder here is a business unit for 112006, Navigation, Telecommunications, and Utilities. Part 2, we got general funds of 231,057. Total number percentage of 44%. Indirect cost recovery, 287,000 at 54%. Personal lapse allocation, $13,082 at 2%. Total of $531,139 at 100%. Part 3 in the budget summary, stating at the bottom with the approved original budget, which was 532,395, proposed 531,139, and a difference of 1,256. Part 4, total number of positions budgeted. There's 8 approved, proposed 8. Total number of vehicles budgeted, 1 and proposed 1. Moving on to Form 2. Part 3, we have the goal statement. This is for, again, Navajo Nation Telecommunications and Utilities to ensure Navajo Nation radio frequency network is operational. Performance measures, number of site visits. First quarter, there's 20. Second quarter, 20. Third quarter, 20. Fourth quarter, 20. Our goal statement to provide state-of-the-art telecommunication technology to provide for programs and departments. Performance measures, number of office programs transitions from centric services to IP telephony. First quarter, 0. Second quarter, 5. Third quarter, 5. Fourth quarter, 5. Goal statement to ensure all telecommunications services are begin utilized by divisions and executive offices. Performance measures, number of divisions and offices inventoried. First quarter, 4. Second quarter, 4. Third quarter, 4, and fourth quarter, 4. Goal statement to reduce repair and maintenance costs by performing services internally. Performance measure, number of work orders performed internally. First quarter, 100. Second quarter, 100. Third quarter, 100. Fourth quarter, 100. Moving on to business unit 112008, facilities maintenance department. Reading part 2, general funds of 1,679,792 at 53%. IDC recovery 1,409,995 at 45%. Personal lapse at 59,660 with 2%. A total of 3,149,447 at 100%. Part 3 with the budget summary. The total for approved, 2,852,523. Proposed of 3,149,447. A total of 296,924. Part 4, total number of budget positions budgeted. Approved is 44, proposed 44. Number of vehicles, 24 approved, proposed 18. Moving on to Form 2. Part 3, goal statement, quarterly report, statistics and services provided. And performance measures, report on quarterly basis, the following services provided. A, 600/650 work orders received and processed per quarter. B, 550 work orders completed per quarter. C, less than 100 work orders backlog at the close of each quarter. First quarter, 600, 550, 100. Second quarter is 600, 550, and 100. Third quarter, 600, 550, 100. Fourth quarter is 600, 550, and 100. Goal statement, cross-train personnel knowledge to all crafts to maximize resources. Performance measures, complete 2 cross-training sessions per quarter. First quarter 2, second quarter 2, third quarter 2, and fourth quarter 2. Goal statement, enhanced department safety awareness. Performance measure, complete 5 safety meetings sessions per quarter. First quarter is 5, second quarter 5, third quarter 5, fourth quarter 5. Goal statement, purchase R&M supplies per quarter. Program performance measure, purchase 150,000 per quarter for R&M supplies. First quarter 150,000, second quarter 150,000, third quarter 150,000, fourth quarter 150,000. Goal statement, purchase custodial supplies per quarter. And performance measure, purchase 39,000 per quarter for custodial supplies. First quarter 40,000, second quarter 40,000, third quarter 40,000, and fourth quarter 40,000.
Sir, excuse me?
Yes.
I think you missed 2007. You just went from 6 to 8.
Actually, that was my mistake on my notebook here. I skipped over 6. I went back and read 7. Then I did 8, and now I'm starting at 9. So that was my fault there.
Okay, I see what you did now.
Yeah,
Thank you.
but I did read 007. So.
Okay, so we're on 9 now, right?
Yes, we're on budget unit number 9. That's 112009.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Moving on, Department of Information Technology. Part 2, general funds is 1,466,862 at 63%. IDC at 804,985 at 35%. Personal lapse and savings fund, 48,616 at 2%. A total of 2,320,464 at 100%. Part 3, with the budget summary, we got approved, proposed, and total on the bottom. With approved, we have 2,367,253. Proposed 2,320,464, and a difference of 46,789. Part 5, total number of positions budgeted. Approved 22 and proposed 22. Total number of vehicles budgeted 2 and proposed 2. Moving on to Form 2. Goal statement, perform network services and support, email, domain name, fiber ring, LAN, WLAN, etc. to all the Navajo Nation divisions, departments, agencies, and entities. Performance measures, reliable network services and support to all Navajo Nation agencies, divisions, departments, and entities in hours. First quarter as 1,800, second quarter 1,800, third quarter 1,800, fourth quarter 1,800. Goal statement, 137 service requests for desktop services per quarter for Navajo Nation departments, programs, and chapters. Performance measures, repair within 3 days of service requests. First quarter 137, second quarter 137, third quarter 137, and fourth quarter 137. Number 3, the goal statement, provide core functioning application services to the Navajo Nation government. And performance measures, log in twice a day, 2 times a day at 365 days equals 130. Production database maintained. First quarter 130, second quarter 130, third quarter 130, fourth quarter 130. Number 4, goal statement, provide website creation, maintenance, service, hosting to Navajo Nation programs. And the performance measures, develop department websites, Windows, SharePoint portal sites, and content management sites. First quarter 2, second quarter 2, third quarter 2, and fourth quarter 2. Moving on to Business Unit 112010, Records Management Department. Number 2 on general funds, part 2 in general funds, we have 259,882 at 99%. Personal lapse, $7,036 at 1%. A total of 266,918 at 100%. Part 3 of the budget summary, reading down at the bottom for the approved, is 261,811. Proposed, excuse me, 266,918. A total of 5,107. Part 4, total number of positions budgeted, 5 approved, 5 proposed. Total number of vehicles, approved 1, proposed 0. Form 2 for Records Management Departments. Goal statements, provide services for research for the Navajo Nation's resolutions, records, and meeting minutes. Performance measures, number of hour records research requested per quarter. First quarter is 58, second quarter 58, third quarter 58, fourth quarter 58. Number 2, goal statement, preserve and scan historical and permanent records electronically. The perform measure, number of images scanned per quarter. First quarter 50,500, second quarter 50,500, third quarter 50,500, and fourth quarter 50,500. Number 3, goal statement, provide record storage requests for the Navajo Nation departments, programs, and offices. Program performance measures, to maintain inventory control, to transfer and store records boxes per quarter. First quarter 75, second quarter 75, third quarter 75, fourth quarter 75. Number 4, goal statement, dispose of records that have met their retention cycle. Performance measure, number of pounds of disposal records per quarter. First quarter is 8,000, second quarter 8,000, third quarter 8,000, fourth quarter, 8,000. On this one here, it shows me. Just read me. Okay, we have one unmet need for this business unit here for employee housing. We have continue.
Yeah, continue here. That's the unmet.
Okay. All right, we're moving on to unmet needs. I have business unit number 112006 for Navajo Nation telecommunications utilities. Part 2, general funds, have 125,000 at 100%. Total 125,000 at 100%. Budget summary of part 3, down at the bottom with approved, we have 532,395. Proposed 125,000. Column C, we have 657,395. Total number of positions budgeted, we have 8. Proposed 0. Total number of vehicles budgeted, 1. Proposed 0. Form 2. We're good. Goal statement to upgrade to two-way radio frequency communications network for first responders. Performance measures, number of two-way radios communication equipment purchases, first quarter 30, second quarter 29, third and fourth quarter 0. All right, unmet needs for business unit 112007 for Navajo Air Transportation. Part 2, unmet needs, 270,000 at 100%. Total 270,000 at 100%. Budget summary and part 3, approved 0, proposed budget of 270,000. Column C, 270,000. Form 2, number 1 in part 2, goal statement, initiate phase 1 of inspections. Performance measure is complete phase 1, nose, cockpit, and carrier inspections. First quarter 1, second quarter 0, third quarter 1, fourth quarter 0. Number 2 goal statement, initiate phase 2 of inspections. Performance measures complete phase 2, landing gear and impennage inspections. First quarter 1, second quarter 0, third quarter 1, and fourth quarter 0. Goal statement, initiate phase 3 of inspections. Performance measures complete phase 3, tail and cone inspections. First quarter 1, second quarter 0, third quarter 1, and fourth quarter 0. Fourth goal statement, initiate phase 4 of inspections. Performance measures complete phase 4, which is the engine inspections. First quarter 0, second quarter 1, third quarter 0, fourth quarter 1. Number 5 goal statement, initiate phase 5 of inspections, and the performance measure is complete phase 5 inspections. Airframe inspections, first quarter 0, second quarter 1, third quarter 0, fourth quarter 1. All right, business unit for unmet needs, 112010 for records management department. Part 2, unmet needs budget, 30,000, 465,000, 30,465 at 100%, a total of 30,465 at 100%. Part 3, the budget summary, For approved, down at the bottom total, we have 261,811. Proposed, 30,465. Column C, 286,520. Part 4, total number of positions budgeted, 5 approved, proposed 5. Total number of vehicles, 1 approved, proposed 1. Form 2, continue with records management. Goal statement, mail service, provide U.S. Postal and Navajo Nation interdepartment mail services. Performance measures, number of U.S. mail processed and delivered per daily per quarter. First quarter is 6,000. Second quarter is 6,000. Third quarter is 6,000. Fourth quarter, 6,000.
Now let them know that you're gonna go back to general fund for the new business unit.
All right, we're gonna go back to general funds. Then we continue on. Okay. All right, this is for employee housing program. Part 2, general funds. We have $1 million at 100%. Total of $1 million, 100%. Part 3, budget summary. We approve 0. Proposed budget, $1 million. $1 million. Total of $1 million. And that's it for that one. Form 2. For, again, continuation of employee housing program. Part 3, number 1 goal statement. Update refrigerators in all 150 housing units. Performance measures. Number of refrigerators purchased and installed. First quarter, 0. Second quarter, 50. Third quarter, 50. Fourth quarter, 50. Goal statement number 2, update stoves in all 150 housing units. Program performance measures, number of stoves purchased and installed. First quarter, 0. Second quarter, 50. Third quarter, 50. Fourth quarter, 50. Goal statement number 3, update range hoods in all 150 housing units. Performance measure, number of range hoods purchased and installed. First quarter, 0. Second quarter, 50. Third quarter, 50. Fourth quarter, 50. Goal statement number 4, update 75 heating, ventilations, and air conditionings for the HVACs in housing units. Performance measures, number of HVAC units purchased and installed. First quarter, 0. Second quarter, 25. Third quarter, 25. Fourth quarter, 25. Goal statement number 5, update 75 water heaters in housing units. Performance measures, number of water heaters purchased and installed. First quarter, 0. Second quarter, 25. Third quarter, 25. Fourth quarter, 25. And then we're going to Jonathan's. All right. Take a drink of water here. Okay, we'll continue on with proprietary funds. We have business unit 812002 for Navajo Air Transportation Department. Proprietary funds in part 2. We have 250,000 with 100%. Total of 250,000, 100%. Part 3, budget summary. Reading in column A, total 387,000. Proposed 250,000. And the differences of 128,000. Number of, for part 4, number of positions budgeted. We have 2 approved, proposed 2. Number of vehicles, 2. and proposed 2. Moving on to Form 2. Number 1, goal statement. Operate the Navajo Nation.
Excuse me, Mr. Arvizo, can you unmute yourself? There was somebody speaking and I muted them and yours got also included in the muting. I apologize.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. I will start over again. And I'm on business unit number 812002. This is Form 2 for Navajo Air Transportation Department. Part 3, goal number 1, operate the Navajo Nation aircraft at a level compliant with FFA and the Navajo Nation law and policy. Program performance measures to complete 20 flights per quarter. First quarter 20, second quarter 20, third quarter 20, and fourth quarter 20. Number 2, goal statement, conduct proper testing of aircraft fuel to ensure fuel quality. Program performance, to inspect and maintain fuel farm to maintain in compliance with OSHA and NNEPS regulations. First quarter 3, third quarter 3, I'm sorry, second quarter 3, third quarter 3, fourth quarter 3. Goal statement number 3, to achieve compliance with airworthiness directives and services bulletins, inspect aircrafts as needed. Performance measures, schedule phase 1, 2, 3, and 4 maintenance events as it becomes due for each aircraft. First quarter 1, second quarter 1, third quarter 1, fourth quarter 1. Goal statement, limit aircraft on the ground by returning to service unscheduled maintenance squawks. Performance measures, comply with unscheduled maintenance demands. First quarter 1, second quarter 1, third quarter 1, fourth quarter 1. Number 5, goal statement, utilize an independent consulting firm to perform an aviation audit on flight department. Performance measures, conduct an audit pertaining to administration, flight operations, and maintenance. First quarter 0, second quarter 0, third quarter 1, fourth quarter 0. Business unit 812003. Program title, Fleet Management. Part 2, proprietary internal service is $11 million at 100%. Total $11 million at 100%. Part 3, budget summary. Reading down for column A, the budget approved, $11 million. Proposed $11 million. Column C, 0. Part 4, positions budgeted 56. We got in here blank. Proposed, so 0. Vehicles budget 22 and budgeted 0. Form 2 of business unit 812002. Goal statement, monitor fleet service center productivity. Performance measures, execute 3,000 work orders per quarter. First quarter 3,000, second quarter 3,000, fourth quarter 3,000, fourth quarter 3,000. Number 2, goal statement, preventive maintenance and WEX training, the credit card training. Performance measures, conduct 15 preventive maintenance and WEX orientations per quarter. First quarter 15, second quarter 15, third quarter 15, fourth quarter 15. Number 3, goal statement, monitor preventive maintenance and unscheduled maintenance daily. Performance measures, 1,850 vehicles serviced per quarter. First quarter is 1,850, Second quarter, 1,850. Third quarter, 1,850. Fourth quarter, 1,850. Goal statement number 4, monitor and track costs associated with maintenance of fleet vehicles. Program performance measures, cost of maintenance by vehicle class and department, $350,000 per quarter. First quarter, $350,000. Second quarter, $350,000. Fourth quarter, $350,000. Fourth quarter, $350,000. Number 5, goal statement, monitor and track fuel costs for fleet vehicles. Performance measure, monitor and track fuel for fleet vehicles, 275,000 gallons per quarter. First quarter, 275,000. Second quarter, 275,000. Third quarter, 275,000, and fourth quarter, 275,000. All right, moving on. Business unit number 812004, RMD, Duplicating Services Program. Internal Service Fund in Part 2, amount of 600,000 at 100%, total of 600,000 at 100%. Number Part 3, budget summary, column A, 800,000, proposed 600,000, a difference of 200,000. Total number of positions budgeted 5, proposed 5, number of vehicles budgeted 0, proposed 0. Form 2, Part 3, goal statement, to maintain duplicating services, internal service fund. Program performance, maintain an average of 150,000 of revenue projected per quarter. First quarter, 150,000. Second quarter, 150,000. Third quarter, 150,000. Fourth quarter, 150,000. Number 2, goal statement, to maintain a reproduction volume of duplicating services. Performance maintenance, maintain an average of 200,000 copy images per quarter. First quarter, 200,000. Second quarter, 200,000. Third quarter, 200,000. Fourth quarter, 200,000. Goal statement number 3, upgrade only what low and mid volume copiers that need replacement. Performance measures, replace up to 30 copier units. First quarter 0, second quarter 0, third quarter 0, fourth quarter 30. Number 4, goal statement, publicize services for duplicating and specialized services. Performance measures, advertise through local and social media 1 per quarter. First quarter 1, second quarter 1, third quarter 1, fourth quarter 1. All right, moving on to business unit number 5. I'm sorry, business unit 812005. This is for risk management program, proprietary internal service funds, 12,761. I'm sorry, 12,761,606 at 100%. Total on the bottom, 12,761,606 at 100%. Part 3, the budget summary, column A of the approved is 11,153,800. Proposed 12,761,606. And column C, 1,607,806. Part 4, total number of budget positions budgeted, approved 15, proposed 15. Number of vehicles budgeted 4, proposed 4. Moving on to Form 2, Part 3. Number 1, goal statement. Review and adjust insured claim members. Program performance. Report 80 claims reviewed and adjusted per quarter. First quarter 80, second quarter 80, third quarter 80, fourth quarter 80. Goal statement number 2, complete and process internal contract reviews. Performance measure. Review 20 contracts per quarter and ensure minimum insurance recommendations. First quarter 20, second quarter 20, third quarter 20, fourth quarter 20. Number 3, goal statement, provide educational outreach and presentations. And performance measure, report 60 presentations, orientations, safety trainings per quarter. First quarter 60, second quarter 60, third quarter 60, fourth quarter 60. Excuse me. Goal statement number 4, conduct facility safety inspections for the Navajo Nation and insured members. Program performance, conduct a total of 60 building safety inspections per quarter. First quarter 60, second quarter 60, third quarter 60, fourth quarter 60. Goal statement number 5, conduct loss assessments with reports. Program performance measure, conduct 30 field investigations on losses, injuries, incidents with corrective actions per quarter. First quarter 30, second quarter 30, third quarter 30, fourth quarter 30. All right, business unit 812016/812017. Program title is the Employee Benefits Health Group Self-Insurance. Part 2, Internal Service Fund. First line, $780,000 at 2%. Second line, Internal Service Fund, $51,000. 51,000. Yeah. Okay. $51 million at 98%. Total at the bottom, $51,780,000 at 100%. Part 3, budget summary. Approved, $51,780,000. Proposed, $51,780,000, and difference 0. Part 4, total number of positions budgeted, 11, and 11 proposed. Total number of vehicles, 2, proposed 2. Form number 2, Part 3, first goal statement, report a total number of new claims and clients to include COVID-related per quarter. Performance measure, to report on a quarterly basis the number of new claims reported for health and counseling. First quarter, 10,000. Second quarter, 10,000. Third quarter, 10,000. Fourth quarter, 10,000. Goal statement number 2, conduct virtual training on benefits, wellness resources, counseling services, and COVID-19 benefit resources, an average of 10 presentations per quarter. Performance measure, to report on a quarterly basis the number of communications completed. First quarter 10, second quarter 10, third quarter 10, fourth quarter 10. Goal statement number 3, provide quarterly reports to the enterprises chapters on benefits, claims, and promote healthy lifestyles. Performance measures, to report on a quarterly basis the statistics on program services provided. First quarter 2, second quarter 2, third quarter 2, fourth quarter 2. Goal statement number 4, provide a total of 1,250 employees and 975 families updates per quarter. Performance measures, to report on a quarterly basis the number of plan participants update completed. First quarter is 2,225. Second quarter, 2,225. Third quarter, 2,225. Fourth quarter, 2,225. Goal statement number 5, review the premium paid to claims paid to determine a loss ratio per quarter. Perform measure to report on a quarterly basis the premium paid to claims paid loss ratio. First quarter 65%, second quarter 65%, third quarter 65%, fourth quarter 65%. Moving on to business unit number 814001, Workmen's Compensation Program. Part 2, proprietary, $4 million at 100%, total of $4 million at 100%. Part 3, budget summary, column A with the approve of $4 million, proposed $4 million, column C, 0. Part 4, positions budgeted, approved 11, proposed 12. Number of vehicles, approved 3, proposed 3. Moving on to page form 2, part 3, goal statement number 1, update reserve information for open claims, BI, med, and treatment plans, program measures, upload 25 workmen's compensation claims reserves forms, first quarter 25, second quarter 25, third quarter 25, fourth quarter 25. Goal statement number 2, to conduct investigations on occupational accidents to determine the cause of severe injuries within 10 days of first assessment or assignment. Performance measures, conduct 25 accident investigations within 10 days after claim assigned. First quarter 25, second quarter 25, third quarter 25, fourth quarter 25. Third goal statement, to ensure workmen's compensation claims are accepted and or denied and closed out within 60 days. Performance measure, approve, close, and or deny 15 workmen compensation claims per quarter. First quarter 15, second quarter 15, third quarter 15, fourth quarter 15. Goal statement number 4, to provide workmen compensation benefits, education, training, disseminate information to cover participants per quarter. Performance measure, conduct 6 educational and dissemination of benefit information to insured participants. First quarter 6, second quarter 6, third quarter 6, fourth quarter 6. Goal statement number 5, to ensure workman's comp gross payroll reporting data payment are provided by all chapters, enterprise, and nomination governance per quarter. Performance measures, collecting gross payroll data from 110 chapters, 15 enterprise, and the nomination government. First quarter 125, second quarter 125, third quarter 125, fourth quarter 125. Continue on with proprietary business unit 912001, employee housing. Part 2, proprietary enterprise fund, 950,000 at 100%. Total 950,000 at 100%. Part 3, budget summary, column A, total 920,000. Proposed 950,000, the difference of 30,000. Part 4, total number of positions budgeted 10, proposed 10, total number of vehicles 4, proposed 4. Moving on to Form 2, Part 3, goal statement number 1, program safety. Performance measure, COVID-19, asbestos abatement, mold, and workplace safety. First quarter 2, second quarter 2, third quarter 2, fourth quarter 2. Goal statement number 2, tenant interaction, performance measures, customer service, and information. First quarter 20, second quarter 20, third quarter 20, and fourth quarter 20. Number 3, goal statement, housing unit renovations, performance measures, upgrade water lines, electric wiring, plumbing, HVAC, carpentry, and cabinetry. First quarter 4, second quarter 4, third quarter 4, fourth quarter 4. Goal statement number 4, go green, energy efficient, program measures, installation of storm windows, doors, insulation, effective appliances, etc. First quarter 4, second quarter 4, third quarter 4, fourth quarter 4. Goal statement number 5, housing unit inspections, program measures, inspection per quarter. First quarter 37, second quarter 37, third quarter 37, fourth quarter 37. And that concludes my part of the presentation. Vice Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Arvizo. I believe we may have Chair So resuming his chairmanship over the budget meeting. Chair, are you there or?
Yeah. Trip me up.
We just completed general services. I believe the workers' comp program. Their budgets were sent over in the course of a few different emails. So it's 5B item 2. So we're now at item 3 or III.
Honorable Halona, okay, thank you, Vice Chair, appreciate you taking over the duties while I made the final leg over to ENF conference room. Going forward, if we could just, Ms. Angelique Finale, this process of going line by line, it's very tedious and quite different from what we've done the previous 3 years. Do you have any suggestions?
Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, perhaps the program budget summary, page 1 form, budget form 1, could be indicated in the grand total amount. Because each of the budget summaries of the line items are indicated in Form 4 budget. And what I see that's taking some time is budget Form 2, with the goal statement and the program performance measure objective. That is 5 areas that I think take a lot of time. But if just those 2 points could be read, maybe we'll shorten it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nolly. So we'll do that with Dodie, but since we're on 5B, II, we had Mr. Arvizo present committee members. Do you have any questions? Honorable Pernell Valona.
Yeah, there was one, there's a program here, 118004 and 8023. After the book that he didn't do. He said he presented his already. Is there somebody else going to present these? 8008, 118008, all these in the past.
believe so.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the numbers. I heard 118004, and then I just heard the last 3008. And what was your question specifically?
Oh, that's respective of the insurance?
Yeah.
Would that be Mr. Harlan Charlie?
Yes.
Okay. So, Mr. Marquise Yazzie, Senior Planner, have anything to add, or Ms. Linda Solomon, Office Specialist, before we go to Mr. Charlie?
This is Marcus Yazzie, Senior Planner. I don't have anything to add right now, but in clarification to Pernell Harlona, 118004, I believe, is a fixed cost. And the business unit 812023 is combined with the business unit 812005. That's all I have to add. Thank you.
Okay. Follow up, Mr. Harlona?
I understand, yes, I see what this difference is. Thank you.
Okay, committee members, anybody else before we move to Mr. Charlie? There being none, Mr. Charlie, are you on the call?
Good afternoon, Mr. Presiding Chair. This is Sean Van Dale. These are actually my business units under risk management.
Okay, Mr. Dale, sorry about that. You go ahead.
No problem. No problem, sir. I guess I'm trying to understand Honorable Delegate Halona's question in regards to 118004. But as Mr. Yazzie mentioned, that is a fixed cost budget. That budget business unit pays for the Navajo Nation's share of the insurance premiums. The property and casualty pool is a pool with the government and the enterprises. So when we bill for premiums, this business unit pays the Navajo Nation's portion of those premiums. As for business unit 81-2023, that is a business unit under risk management. That is our safety loss control program. And again, that is a proprietary funded account as well. This is part of our requirement to have a self-funded program. We maintain the safety loss control to help conduct safety inspections, loss control services to our insured members, not just the government, but the enterprise pool members as well.
Dale?
Yes.
At some point in time, we will really would like to hear an expanded program.
Absolutely.
Yes, because we do get requests from chapters for repair of roofs, water leak, clogged up septic systems. Loss of electrical temperatures. That's one of the items that the committee will also focus on going forward. And Mr. Dale, you have the floor to go over the forms as well.
Okay. Okay, my apologies, sir. Absolutely. we are open to that from risk management meeting with the budget and finance committee and any other committee as well. It's just important to remember that we're not a maintenance program that goes to facilities maintenance. We are kind of an after the fact program. If a loss does occur, then we step in, but we don't do preventative maintenance, or we don't do preventative upkeep of vehicles or any property as well. So that's the difference between our program. It's like your vehicle insurance doesn't pay for your oil change or your windshield wiper fluids. The same with the risk management program. We're after the fact kind of situation. But business unit 118004, our budget form 1, we are a business unit under the General Services and Insurance Services Department program. We are generally funded in the amount of $3,058,115 at 63%. IDC recovery has been allocated for us this year at $1,772,424, 37%, for a total of $4,830,589 for fixed costs. This is a program that pays insurance premiums. It does not have any personnel. It does not have any travel expenses, meeting expenses, supplies, lease, rental, communications, repairs, and maintenance, or contractual services. The only part in budget 3 you'll see any transaction listed is under special transactions. Last year's allocation was $4,505,734. This year's proposed budget is $4,830,539 for an increase of $324,805. Under part 4, there is no positions last year or this year. There are no vehicles last year or this year in our fixed cost allocation. Going over to budget form 2, our goal statement, Navajo Nation Claims Administration. Again, this is specifically geared toward the Navajo Nation's share of the program. Report 80 Navajo Nation claims received per quarter, and then that's 80 claims per quarter for 1, 2, and 3, and 4. Goal statement number 2, closure of Navajo Nation claims. That is 40 claims closed per quarter for first, second, third, and fourth quarter. Goal statement number 3 is insurance review minimums on contract reviews. This, our minimum goal is to review 45 contracts reviewed per quarter. You see goal statement 1, 2, 3, and fourth quarters with 45. Goal statement number 4, Navajo Nation outreach. Performance measure is perform 5 presentation outreach trainings per quarter for Navajo Nation programs. You see first, second, third, and fourth quarters with 5. Goal statement number 5, administration of litigated cases. Report and close 1 litigation claim per quarter. You see quarters 1, 2, 3, and 4 have 1 in the goals. And that is a summary for business unit 118004 insurance premiums. As for business unit 11-2023, if you go to the budget packet, there's actually multiple business units under the primary business unit of 812005. So for the record, we have business, which the primary business unit is 812005. Under that, we have 812006, 812007, 812008, 812009, 812010, 812011, 8120, let's see here, 812012, 812013, 812014, 812015, 812021, and then 812023. So if we go back to 812006, that is our excess and self-insured general liability business unit. That business unit takes care of our general liability. We have budgeted about $2.3 million in that business unit. Under business unit 812007 is $308,000. That's for claims disbursement on our self-insured auto liability. 812008 We have budgeted $875,250. This is damage and repairs to our Navajo Nation vehicles. 812009 is for our property, our policy premium, $2,794,997. Our claims payout under our self-insured line is $2,875,519 for a total budget of $5,670,516. 812010 is our aviation. This insures our aircrafts, our airport property, as well as our services that we provide under air transportation. Policy payment of $64,436 is budgeted there. Under 812011 is our attorneys and professional liability policy. We have budgeted $623,999. $400,000 is budgeted for our external insurance defense counsel, and a policy payment for $223,999 for Department of Justice Office of Legislative Counsel. Under 812012, we have accidental death and dismemberment and travel accident for our elected officials, as well as our program for self-reliance participants at $27,893 for a standalone policy, which is outside the Navajo Nation. For boiler machinery, this takes care of our HVAC units, other machinery and equipment. We have budgeted $315,362 for a policy. Under crime, 812014, this is theft of monies and securities. We have budgeted $362,251, which is budgeted for a policy payment. Under our third-party administrator, 812015, the Navajo Nation does hire a third-party consultant to assist with high-level claims adjudication for $110,880. 812011, above ground storage tank. This is our pollution policy. We don't have anything budgeted there because we've paid the premiums on a 3-year basis. For safety loss control, 812023, this is an operational budget for the safety loss control program under risk management. Their total budget request is $457,925. And this has 2 vehicles and it has 7 full-time employees. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Terry. Oh, Mr. Dale, I'm sorry. I'm still on the other name. Committee members, do you have any questions?
Still on DPS.
Been presented.
I think they're almost finished.
It's the extension with 505, the last 3 digits are 548. If they could identify themselves, thank you. Mr. Chair, that extension muted themselves. Thank you.
Okay. Committee members, any comments and discussion with Dale? No, on the insurance coverage for elected officials, for the chapter officers, the part of their stipend deducted for that coverage?
Thank you for the question, Presiding Chair. No, this is a separate standalone policy for them. It's been in place since I got here. It's been in place for the last probably 22 years. Nobody is charged. We bill it back to the Navajo Nation under the fixed costs. So this covers any travel accident that may occur while you're on official duty as an elected official. This includes the chapter officials, the council delegates, president, vice president, as well as the division directors of the Navajo Nation. This is in addition to workers' comp and employee benefits.
Okay, in that aspect, Mr. Dale, all right, travel from home to today's care, even though there's no TA, I was on official travel. Was I covered?
So let me give you the insurance answer: yes and no. And the reason for that, is it depends. The accident policy requires that you be on official travel, which would mean you'd have to have an approved travel document, a TA or some type of travel authorization, insurance purpose only. Then yes, if you're just traveling from your homestead to the office, then no. However, workers' comp may or may not pick up that coverage depending on, again, their circumstances as well. But that's just the way the insurance policies read.
So in the, so solve it, then a delegate should sign a PA for every month. You do. Is it in place? Yeah, it's in place.
We already signed that every month. Oh, yeah, I thought our P card, maybe, yeah. Oh, the one we signed for our deal every month.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
Reservation travel, all the meetings with the nation.
Yeah.
8 o'clock.
Okay.
Mr. Dale.
Honorable Halona, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Dale, so on that insurance that you're talking about for the travel to work and stuff, there's that travel voucher, the TA?
Yeah.
What is that we sign every month, a TA that we sign that covers the travel and meetings that are held all across the Navajo Nation for the month. And we sign one every month. Is that enough right there to cover us for insurance to drive to work? Like Mr. So was talking about then? Chair So? Yeah?
Thank you, Honorable Delegate Halona. So again, let me give you the insurance response. Yes and no. Yes, that monthly TA can cover you. Again, it's very dependent on the circumstance you're going for. Now, if you're coming from your homestead to Gallup to have dinner, that TA has no effect. But if you're coming from your homestead to the office for a committee meeting, yes. Or you're going to your chapter meeting, which happens to be at 6 o'clock in the evening, yes. Or you have a meeting in the evening, yes. Or on weekends, yes. But so that's why it's a yes and no. It really depends on the circumstance you're going to put yourself in, whether you're traveling on official business as an official delegate, or if you're just traveling to go to have dinner in Gallup or here in Window Rock. So it varies. That's why we have our claims adjusters who will investigate the claim and kind of figure out what you were doing, where you were going, and does the policy apply? And in this case, which policy will apply? Now, the risk management policy is more for travel abroad, outside the Navajo Nation. Let's say you go to Washington, D.C. and you hurt yourself, then the policy kicks in there. Or you go overseas, or you go to Alaska. That's where the primary coverage kicks in. And it will kick in to take care of primarily medical bills and knock on wood, but it's also in place to take care of dismemberment or death.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hale. The other thing that I wanted to bring out was that being a delegate, we're on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It seems like it doesn't seem like we get any time off as far as the times are concerned with being a delegate. So how does that cover us then?
So again, thank you, Honorable Halona. Again, it depends on the circumstance that you would be doing at the time. If you're sitting there, let me be frank about this. At a squat dance and somebody's horse kicks you, then probably not. But or you get food poisoning from a roadside food stand because you're hungry, probably not. But if you're there in an official capacity, you're promoting some initiative, or you're having a public hearing, or you're having a chapter meeting, or you're there encouraging voter outreach or something, then yes, it will cover you. Granted, yes, it's a 24-hour, 7-day-week job, but it depends on what you're doing. If you're shoveling snow off your porch and you injure yourself, probably not. But if you're shoveling snow here at the council chambers, then probably a yes. So that's why the adjusters will take a look and they'll question you. That's why we ask a lot of questions to see if the coverage will apply.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dale. I have one more question. You know,
Absolutely,
since we've been working teleconferencing this last couple of years, we're at home and doing the conference call, and then if we had to go out and shovel snow there, would we be covered? Or is that not an uncoverable deal? Because you're gonna have to go out and shovel snow sometimes, like I had to get out of the driveway just to get to work. That's my question there.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. And we did come across that situation. Now, in that particular situation, yes, yes, you would be covered, because you have to have appropriate egress to your workplace, a way in, way get out. You also need to have services. Maybe you're going to go pay your NTUA bill. Maybe you're going to go pay your cell phone bill, and you're cleaning your driveway to get out. And in that course, you injure yourself. Yes, those are the adjustments that the claims adjuster will take a look at, and then they'll make that determination. So the more information you provide when something happens, the better it is. It helps your case.
Okay, thank you for that information, Mr. Dale. It helps. I appreciate it. Thank you. Chair?
No problem.
Thank you. Honorable Halona. Committee members, anybody else? Okay. Mr. Dale, does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. You didn't walk us all the way to the back of the Bible, right? There's some pages left. All right. Employee housing. Let's see, let me back up a minute. Workman's comp. Anything else, committee members? Okay. Mr. Arvizo, are you still on the call?
Yes, I am. Mr. Chairperson, I'm still here.
I just, maybe I shouldn't assume, but since the presentation that Mr. Dale presented separate. However, at this point in time, we can present unmet needs, COA, and we'll talk about Lisa, just off the agenda, committee members. 5, B, or Lisa. We had unmet needs.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, Audible. So there, can you repeat the question? We're cutting in and out and just hard to hear. And so I want to verify, make sure we're on the right page and tracking. So please.
Okay, respective of the agenda that we adopted. 5B, Vision of General Services. We had the presentation from OMB, and then you did the budget overview, the statement, and the presentation. And now we're at III, discussion. 1 is the recommendation for unmet needs. And then the committee would look at condition of appropriation or would present legislative concerns. Mr. Arvizo, do you have a budget to present for unmet needs?
Yes, Honorable. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my senior planner, Marcus Yazzie here. So he'll address that.
Yazzie.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the HESI Committee. For Division of General Services, there are 3 business unit numbers who submitted for unmet need. The first business unit is 112006, which is Navajo Nation Telecommunication and Utilities. Amount of unmet need they're requesting is 125,000. The unmet need for NTU will be utilized to upgrade 2-way radio frequency network and to purchase equipment for Navajo Nation police districts. The second unmet need business unit is 112007, Navajo Air Transportation Department, requesting 270,000. The unmet need for NAT will be utilized to complete inspection of the 2 aircraft, the King Air and the C-90. The inspections would cover phase 1 through phase 5 inspections. The next business unit is 112010 Records Management Department. They're requesting 30,465,000. The unmet need for RMD will be utilized to provide mail services for both U.S. Postal and Navajo Nation interdepartmental mail services. So those are the 3 budgets that we did receive for unmet need for Division of General Services. That concludes my presentation.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, we were on mute. We don't have the official document. Was that part of the presentation on the binder? In the binder?
Yes, it's after general funds. And also the report that I did read from is from the exhibit E. The fund type management, fund type budget summary.
Okay. All right. It's, that's, right after that first, pink page. So not pink, orange. Okay. All right, recommended unmet needs budget, okay. And there's statements on it. Numbers. Anything else?
Is there anything else?
All right, thank you, Mr. Marcus. I almost had you confused, or we thought you were the Marcus Ghazi with IHS. We were kind of like puzzled looking at each other. When did he move from IHS to Navajo Nation? But we got it corrected. Oh, the label on the screen with MARCUS.
Oh, yes, I go by Marcus A. Yazzie, so I noticed that the agenda did have my name incorrect.
Yes, okay. We apologize for that. We'll correct it. Did you find it? Mr. Mose, can you help Mr. Alona? Right after general fund. Yeah.
Okay, so the budget binder that we did submit, the exhibits are at the beginning.
Yeah.
All right, so the report that I did read is the first exhibit, A through E. So when you go to exhibit E, that's the report I just read. If you guys would like me to go back over the budget form 1 and 2, I can go ahead and do that, which is located after the general funds.
We're still coaching on the Alona. Honorable Citizen Mika's got the right page. I've got the right page. We're good. Thank you. Committee members, any specific questions for Mr. Arvizo, Yazi, Mr. Dale? At some point in time, committee members, we'll have to discuss, there's new issues that come up between now and Friday and next week. We may call back certain divisions of programs for a revisit. Because right now, for all the folks on the call, we have colleagues for DOH budget, and I'm sure we'll get called for the Doty budget to be shared with our colleagues on the 24th. Navajo Nation Council, I know we've got an email from one of our colleagues that's also asking for veterans budget. So it's not a convoluted type of presentation. All of these budgets are to be shared among members of the council. For your information, and from there, our colleagues may pose questions that would require a revisit. That's how I'd like to be upfront with everybody in this matter. Thank you. Committee members, if there's no questions, comments, or discussion, go item 5C, Department of Education. A presentation by Dr. Harold Gay and Dr. Moffett. Okay, Dr. Harold Begay. Dr. Moffett.
The Honorable Health, Education, Human Services Committee members. Sinat ani no slenigi bekehet ni disnido les kodon kaho aki di yad acha dad negi ayatiki the budget presentation overview. We want to thank you for the opportunity to present our budget for the year. And what I'm going to do is follow the guideline on budget hearing rule number 5, beginning the budget presentation, the information that went into the formulation drafting of the budget, and then rule number 6 to call on our staff members in the budget preparation. My name's Harold Begay, Dr. Begay.
Okay. Here you go. Who's this? Go to you?
Some comments, questions?
Did you give a copy to Melissa?
Somebody please silence your
Follow, we can hear you.
Brigade, let me back up. Committee is backing me up to
thank you very much. Additional Joe.
So Brigade, just hold on, take time out. Honorable Monica, have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I was just wondering because one of the programs that we usually have questions on is
Okay, do you want to back up then? Is Mr. Arvizo still on the call as well? Do we have Mr. Marcus Tooley on the call? I don't recall the review over on, I'm sorry, committee members.
we probably can revisit that one.
Okay, let Fukushima committee members and staff we'll do a revisit on general service administration facility maintenance.
Yeah.
That would be, the revisit would either be August 4th or August 5th. Okay. But Ayla, thank you, Satilla Onwo Edison Winika for pointing out that mistake I made. So Dr. Begay, we'll go back to you at this point in time. Appreciate your patience. Allow us to sort out our binders over here. Dr. Begay.
Again, Joe here, Honorable Chair, and also the Honorable Members of Health, Education, Human Services Committee. As I mentioned, I want to briefly go over the process of preparation of the budget. And again, slow additional Basishin, Twitchini, Basishin. Look at the net, the shadow. Tsunajini, Nationale. The Nens, the best is in it in there. Petrasata, the Ray Joe that Pine Springs, Hawk area, the Ashley down here. Other Trasata, the Nensle, Ado, the budget preparation, Kwanin Khania, Haskan. I came here about 6 months ago, and coming from the fields and the schools out there, I've been a business manager before. My professional background is in school finance and economics. And I've been on the faculty at the University of Arizona for 40 years. And I've worked in CEO capacity for many years out in the school sites. And so I'm coming with the budget preparation from the school sites. We're trying to do a budget preparation here. You will have in our preparation the budget for programs. We have 24 programs, and in there we have certainly plan of operation as well as resolution number, the purpose of the program, and the goals and the measures. And beginning with tab 4 through 28, we have again the different programs, and we have our program directors here, and assistant superintendent, and also the accountant. We do not have an accountant who left the organization, as I understand, last fall, but we have an excellent staff and a person, Julia Mitchell, who has stepped up and has been very, very good and diligent in preparing the budget preparation, along with Dr. Moffett, who is also coming from the school sites, who joined us a few months ago back in April. And the key players in all of this, there are 7 or 8 staff who were critical to this budget preparation previously, are no longer with us. They've either retired, resigned, or have transferred to different departments. So arriving in January, we had to start from ground zero again, on my part at least. And it has been a learning experience for me, the budget preparation for the Navajo Nation. And very detailed, very thorough, and very appreciative of the process and all of this. Cool. We have the impact statements and in our budget here, and I will be calling on again Dr. Moffett and also Julia Mitchell, who has worked extensively on this budget. And my statement essentially is to see to it that the money that we have been allocated, been working with, we want to see an impact, how we impact the schools out in the fields. And we have, to my understanding, 239 school sites within the Navajo Nation, 239 school sites with a K-12 enrollment within the Navajo Nation of 28,893 students enroll in our school K-12 within the exterior boundary of the Navajo Nation. Off reservation, off the Navajo Nation enrollment, we have 44,488 students with a total Navajo student enrollment on and off reservation of 73,381. And this is the oversight that we have from Department of Diné Education. And my point in coming here is to see to it that all of our students return back to our Navajo Nation schools, and we improve and we give every help that we can with the budget we have to assist the schools out there. In all areas, there are huge challenges out there, and we need to do an outreach to all the schools in addressing not only academic profiles, but attendance rate, absence rate, reduce absence rate, improve attendance, reduce disciplinary referral, improve graduation rate. And these are very critical measures of school success. And we have the capacity to do that. And we are now working closely with the BIE Navajo region, the officials from there, as well as director of BIE from Washington, Tony Dearman. We have our next meeting Wednesday of next week to 6:38, a portion of the Navajo region academic content to the Navajo Nation Department of Education, and which would be under, again, HESI and the Navajo Nation. So these are major project initiatives underway. And having come here now into my 6th month, as I mentioned, it's a huge learning experience for me to get a thorough grip understanding of the process involved here. So with that, Honorable Chair, and then our HESI committee, I want to defer, again, our whole budget process preparation, not only to Dr. Moffitt, our Assistant Superintendent, but to Julia Mitchell, who has stepped up, has been very diligent in the preparation, along with the program managers, in explaining in detail their goals and their accomplishment. And with that, Chairman and our delegates, honorable delegates, I'd like to go ahead and defer this to my staff. Thank you.
Let's go to presentation from OMB now. Mr. Mose, Ms. Angelica Benali, who do we have from OMB?
It's Mr. Chair and members of the Health Education and Human Services Committee. It should be Nanette Francisco from OMB. She provided the report. She provided the OMB report for Dodie.
Okay, I guess I'm in a real hurry. Just now ask Dr. Harold Begay. Your presentation to the committee, were you complete, finished, or did you want Dr. Moffitt to also address the committee?
Mr. Chair, I really wanted to have our staff give their overview of the budget, and also on the COA, the conditional appropriation. The issue raised there was to give a report on the 638 process, which is in legislation form. And we have, again, provided a report on the status of the 638 with the Navajo BIE. And so we submitted an update report on that. And again, that was one of the only COA concern, the status report, and we are moving with that. And we have a task force assigned to that from Dodie. And the other legislative concern was, of course, to hire a superintendent, which now I have currently stepped in. And so that's been redressed. But Mr. Chair and our honorable members of the committee, if I could, I would very much like to defer to Dr. Moffitt and our program managers to go over in detail, if need be, on our budget presentation. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So we'll go the agenda of them should have read Dr. Harold Begay, Dr. Absent that, I was jumping right into OMB. So we'll back up committee members and we'll allow Dr. Moffett to address the committee respective of the budget presentation. Dr. Moffett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and committee members. Yat she Carmen Moffett in she nakhenishtleto ezetlan ebashistrin nakhiteshechain nakhitenet. It is a great honor to represent the Department of Diné Education as the Assistant Superintendent. So we have our budget presentation. I would like to start first of all with the Department Administration, which is unit number 109001. The Department of Diné Education Administration. This is part one.
Moffett, Ms. Moffett.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
I was thinking that it would be an overview of what you basically done to present this, but the actual budget overview, the statement it's at item 5C, presenter. And that's where Dr. Begay gave his statement. And I was going to make room for you to make your statement. Then after that, if you look at the agenda, after the presenter, Dr. Harold Begay, there's an I, presentation from OMB. And then double I, budget overview statement presentation. Dr. Harold Begay, and I'm assuming that you will do that. So if we could back up to back up on the agenda, give us your overall statement on the budget, and we'll go through the actual meat of the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the clarification. In regards to my statement to this budget, we experienced some very challenging situations with the proposal for next fiscal year, and that is the changes on the additions on the fringe benefits. Overall, there's two themes that has affected the overall presentation of it, and that's of course to shift the budget to meet the expected fringe benefits for personnel positions for the next fiscal year. So that's one of the themes that surfaced out of the work that we have conducted. The other thing has been that there has been some changes in some of the offices on positions, which has adjusted and impacted other departments or other offices in their budget presentations. Overall, we want to say that we have not, the impact has been very minor and has not resulted in any interruptions, especially with direct services to schools. So with that, it has been a wonderful experience working with this, with the Navajo Nation's budget. It's a learning experience, and I'm looking forward and continue to address the priorities of the Department of Education. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate that. So now we'll go to 5C, first I, presentation from OMB. Budget performance summary report. Who do we have for?
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this is Angelita Benelli. I received an email from OMB, Ms. Francisco. She indicated that Ms. Selena Begay is going to present the Doty OMB report.
Okay, Ms. Helena Begay.
Good afternoon, Health, Education, and Human Resource Committee. This is Selena Begay, Senior Budget Analyst for OMB. I will be reading the Navajo Nation OMB report for Department of Diné Education. The second page has the table of contents. A, FY 2023 Fund Type Budget Summary. B, FY 2022 Third Quarter Budget Expenditure Report. C, FY 2022 Third Quarter Performance Assessment Report. D, FY 2022 Third Quarter Plan of Operations Status Report. E, FY 2022 Conditional Appropriation Legislative Concern Report. F, FY 2022 External Fund Expenditure Report. G, FY 2020 Single Audit Report. The next page, A, FY 2023 Fund Type Budget Summary. You'll see two worksheets. It's Department of Diné Education Fiscal Year 2023 Budget Summary by Fund Type. I will be reading the bottom portion of the grand total of all funds. The first column has the business units listing, and then the next column has the program. The next column has the FY22 budget. So if you go to the last column, the grand total all funds, FY 2022 budget has 37,375,384. And on next column, it's a proposed general fund budget. Total is 8,149,902. Indirect cost funds, 285,535. Personal lab funds, 187,918. Cash match funds, 6,592,589. Higher education set aside funds, 12,400,000. Fiduciary fund, 576,316. Special revenue fund internal, 5,035,518. Special revenue fund external, 104,089,889. Total, 137,318,166. The next page, B, FY 2022 Third Quarter Budget Status Report. The budget status report is as of June 30, 2022, Department of Diné Education. And this is listed by business unit programs again. And I will be reading the bottom on this one. The general funds total for this one on the original budget is 12,221,120. Revised budget, 12,531,832.86 cents. Actual, 5,575,238.06 cents. Encumbrance, 136,398.19 cents. Budget available, 6,824,196.61 cents. Percent expend of total as of today is as of June 30, June 30, 45.55%. The next page, I'll be reading the bottom column, which is special revenue funds total. Original budget, $4,154,623. Revised budget, $6,212,398.31 cents. Actual, $2,645,356.97 cents. Encumbrance, $7,622.10 cents. Budget available, $3,559,000 $1,419.24, 42.70% expended. Then the next column, fiduciary fund total, $9,478,093.44. Revised budget, $23,072,369.44. Actual, $17,996,939.62. Encumbrance, $98,324.01. Budget available, $4,977,105.81. Percent is 78.43%. The next one, MPS will be reading that report.
Good afternoon, and members of the committee. C is the FY 2022 third quarter performance assessment report for Department of Education. There are 25 DOTI. 12 of those programs in the grants low to.
Excuse me, could you speak a little louder? Thank you.
Program performance assessment scores for Department of Education. There are 25 programs under Department of Education. 12 of those programs, including the grants, are performing below 2.0, which is not meeting goal performance for third quarter. Average score for Department of Education is 2.03. D is the third quarter plan of operation status report. Their business unit 109026, which is the Board of Education, they have not updated their plan of operation yet. The rest are all updated. Going on to grants for the plan of operation report. They're a different entity. They're not actually on the Navajo Nation. Going on to E, condition of appropriation and legislative concern. For Department of Education, they have one condition of appropriation, which was due on second quarter. They have no response and they're non-compliant. They also have one legislative concern. Third quarter, no response, and they're in compliance. PGS will do
and see the explanation.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon, chairs and Good afternoon, chair and members of the HESI committee. My name is Lorena Atine. I'm the senior contract analyst with OMB Contracts and Grants section. I will read off under the table of contents, tab 5, FY 2022 External Funds Expenditure Report. As for the budget expenditure report.
What page is that, please?
Tab F,
okay.
Page 18.
Thank you.
The budget expenditure report for Department of Education on the active external restricted funds. You'll see the legend on top from A through O. Under, I will be reading the index number 53, department totals. For column F, there are 46 business unit numbers for the Department of Education, and then under column J, revised budget, the total is $134,454,000.
$1,994.08. The expenditures total is $43,966,765.09, and the open commitments or encumbrances totals $7,783,460.12, and the available balance for as of June 15, 2022 for available balance is $82,704,768.87. The percentage on the expended amount is 38%, and the available percentage is at 62%. For tab G, FY 2020 single audit report, there are none, and this completes the report. Thank you. This completes OMB report. Yes.
We did the plan performance assessment scores. Yeah. So, staff from OMB, who would do the plan of operations status report? Yeah, we were.
That would be NCTA, MPS, NCTA Largo.
Ms. Largo, have the floor.
Plan of operation. Okay, can you repeat the question? Where NCTA is here.
We're still on OMB report. I didn't hear a review on the plans of operation report. The document we have in hand is plans of operation report FY 2022 third quarter. I guess part of the hearing, the budget hearing, is to put it on record, recorded statement, even though we have a document that can be included in the budget documents that we're hearing about.
Ms. Ancita Largo with MPS is available if you have a question on it. We apologize, our phone line keeps going on and off, and this is Selena with OMB.
Okay, thank you. Committee members, it's been a long day. I guess for myself, committee members, the one that's highlighted in the document is the Navajo Nation Board of Education, CJY 3705. That plan of operations hasn't been updated since 2005. There's another one, and then the Office of the Net Accountability and Compliance, that hasn't been updated since 2012. And then the Navajo Nation Advanced Ed Central Association, that hasn't been updated since 2019. Plus, Office of Scholarship and Financial Assistance, Teacher Education, 2017. Office of Scholarship and Financial Assistance, 2017. Those jump out at me. And then, of course, the Office of Educational Research and Statistics, 2017. And then from the grant, we know that we updated the charter amendment for Dannett College. That's just this year. So that particular one needs to be up. This particular document then would need to be updated with that. Miss Angelita Benali, if you could research that legislation number. It escapes me right now, even though I was the prime sponsor. Then it looks like we will have to relook at Navajo Technical College or University. Their charter hasn't been updated since 2017. And then, of course, the Navajo Preparatory School, that's the original charter that we adopted in 1991. Committee members, that's the ones, the 8-member committee, chartered Navajo Prep as Navajo Nation Preparatory School. With ALA, committee members. We'll revisit that either August 4th or August 5th.
Mr. Chair and members of the committee,
Yes,
this is Ancita Largo with OMB.
yes.
I'm in the management policy section. And from our office, we're only inquired about the highlighted or the grayish colored area, means that the plan of operation is outdated, older than 2012, which is the Navajo Nation Board of Education, Business Unit 109026. All the rest are okay.
I guess that would be a joint effort, and we'll have to consult with Office of Legislative Counsel, joint effort between Board of Education and the committee to address the plan of operation for the Navajo Nation Board of Education. And going forward, I guess what we really need to clarify is Navajo Nation Board of Education, the governing body of DODE, one of the items that's not very clear. OMB, you want to continue on with part E of your presentation?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, this is Nancy DeLargo again with OMB. I believe we're done with our report. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Committee member.
Chair, so this is Dr. Yazzie for Navajo Nation Board of Education Secretary.
One more time, introduce yourself.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So this is Dr. Yazzie, Navajo Nation Board of Education Secretary.
Yes, Miss Victoria Yazzie.
Oh, ani I will definitely address this matter in regards to the Navajo Nation Board of Education and its members and the governing body in regards to the plan of operation. I see that it was adopted in the year of 2005, and I have some questions regards to why it's not updated. So I will definitely give you a report in regards to my findings on August 4th or 5th, sir.
And Dr. White, I guess we would, committee would be open to a work session regarding the plan of operation before legislation is developed.
Thank you, sir. I will provide that information to the rest of my colleagues. This is Dr. Yazzie. Thank you. Yeah.
Sheila. Okay, so OMB's report is concluded. Now we go back to 5C double I, budget overview. Dr. A and Dr. Moffett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. I will go ahead and share my screen now to go over the budget proposals. We'll start with tab number 2, which is the Department of Diné Education Administration. It is business unit number 109001, Department of Diné Education Administration for part 1. Part 2 on the funding resources, we have on the general funds a total amount of $819,738 at 73%. IDC allocation $285,535 at 25%. Lapse fund $25,029 at 2%. On part 3, the budget proposal.
coming down to our line, that being.
I apologize, but I believe somebody should be muted. I will continue.
But I was where he's at, like, how much not that bad?
Okay, thank you very much. Part 3 on the budget summary, we have the original budget at 1,041,405. The proposed budget is at 1,130,302, with a difference in 88,897 added to the budget. And so that is Form 1. I will move along with the rest of the tabs addressing Form 1. If you have any questions, I can address them at the end. Next is on tab number 3 is the Office of Special Education and Rehabilitation Services. This is a trust fund on business unit N01158 and
Dr.
0.
Moffett, could you wait, please?
Yes.
Ma'am, the chair trying to get a hold of you. Thank you.
We have a comment by Honorable Edison Wanika regarding the presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Through part 3, but she didn't go through part 4.
Oh, you are correct.
Yeah, positions and vehicle.
Thank you very much. On to part 4, we have a total of positions budgeted for the original budget at 11, and proposed budget is 12. And the reason the change on this number is based on a proposal for a security guard to work with the Department of Education. Vehicles allocated is 2, and then the same number is being proposed for the next fiscal year. Thank you. Is it okay to move on to the next one?
Yes, proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Business unit number N01158, N01159, N01160, and N01161. And this is the Office of Special Education and Rehabilitation Services, Navajo Nation Trust Fund. On part 2, we have the trust fund amount of $293,410 at 100%. On part 3, we have a proposed budget. We have the original budget at $329,761. The proposed budget is at $293,410. On part 4, we have two positions and 2 proposed positions for this next fiscal year. Number of vehicles budgeted, our original is 0 and the proposed is 0. Continuing with the Office of Special Education and Rehabilitation on fund number 109003. The funding sources are several parts in special education as listed before, with a total amount of $54,118,672 at 100%. All of them are listed here, as you can see. The first one is the IEP Part B in the amount, we have general funds for matching in the amount of $189,889 at 0.351%. The next one is IEP Part B in the amount of $831,748 at 1.53%. The next one is Part C at $945,539 at 1.748%. Next one is Part B at $5,000,000 $455,970 at 10.081%. Part C, $733,260 at 1.355%. Part B, $5,252,174 at 9.76%. Next one is Part B at $5,860,560 at 10.829%. Next one is Part C at $1,082,889 at 2.001%. Part B at $6,500,245 at 12.011%. Part C, $1,094,784 at 2.023%. Part B, $3,850,793 at 7.115%. Part C at $661,742, 1.223%. Part B, $1,822,570 at 3.368%. Part C, $2,131,905 at 3.939%. Part B at $3,564,664 at 6.58 million. Part C, $775,667 at 1.434. Part B, $6,391,333 at 11.810%. Part C, $848,265 at 1.567%. Part C, $431,250 at 0.79%. The tribal MIEC HV at $375,000 at 0.693%. The next tribal MIC HV ARPA is at $130,900 at 0.242%. Next one is ECECD, and that is $300,000 at 0.554%. ADHS 23, $200,000 at 0.370%. PD, ECC, and EP, $254,000 at 0.469%. OSER's vocational rehabilitation, $1,709,000 at 3.158%. Family at $517,500 at 0.956%. Home visits, $700,000 at 1.293%. Economic security, $27,764 at 0.051%. The project launch, $551,000 at 1.016%. Part 3, and the original budget is $188,889. The proposed budget is the same. In Part 4, we have a total of 60 current positions, originally 62 positions, and the proposed positions for this fiscal year is 66 positions. The total number of assigned vehicles, the current is 30 and the proposed is 30. So that is tab 3. There's 2 parts on tab 3. On tab 4, we have business unit 109004, and that is the Office of Educational Research and Statistics. Part 2, the amount is $401,587 at 98%. The personnel lapse is $9,102 at 2%. In part 3, we have a total current original budget at $410,689, and for the proposed budget is $410,589. The positions budgeted, the original number of positions is 4. The proposed positions is 4. Vehicles budgeted is 0, and the proposed number of vehicles is 0. Business unit number 109,005. Office of Standards Curriculum and Assessment Development. Part 2, general funds, $626,115 at 98%. The personnel lapse fund is $15,506 at 2%. In part 3, we have a total of the original budget at $638,621. The proposed budget is $638,621. The total number of positions for the original budget is 7. For the proposed budget is also 7. The number of vehicles budgeted during the original budget is 1, and the proposed.
When we're there, because I really want to go for Thanksgiving.
Business unit N01170, and this is Navajo Traditional Apprentices Project. This is also under the Office of Curriculum and Assessment. And so for this one, we have in number 2, funding source at $111,868 at 100%. On part 3, the original budget is $126,863, and our proposed budget is $111,868. Positions budgeted for the original budget is 0, proposed budget is 0. And the number of vehicles for the proposed budget is 0, and for the original budget is 0, and the proposed budget is 0. Business unit 109006, Navajo Nation Library. Part 2, general funds, $410,450 at 98%. The lapse fund is at $10,506 at 2%. Part 3, the original budget is at $420,956. For the proposed.
Dr. Moffett?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm reminded that our hearing is respective of Navajo Nation General Funds. And just previous to this particular budget, you went over Office of Special Education Rehab Services, and you reviewed line by line on outside funds. So now we've got to redo our ship to going forward, just review with the committee the general fund.
Okay, I will do that. So I will be skipping, if there's any other funds such as external funds, we'll be skipping those.
Yes, the outside funds, yes, skip those.
Sounds good, thank you. On part 4, the number of budgeted positions for the original budget is 8. Proposed budget is 8. Number of vehicles for the current original budget is 1, and for the proposed budget is 1. Business unit 109007, and this is a general fund, and this is with the Dene Navajo language immersion with the Navajo Head Start. On the general funds, the amount is 30,802. That's 100%. For the original budget, it is at 30,802, 30,802, correction. And for the proposed budget is 30,802. So that's for both the original budget and the proposed budget. For the positions budgeted is 0 for the current original budget as well as the proposed budget. The vehicles budgeted for is 0 and the proposed budget is 0. Business Unit 109008, and that is the Office of the Navajo Nation Scholarship and Financial Assistance. We have general funds. The first one is 349,186 at 2%. The proposed budget, which includes again the general funds and the federal funds, is at 369,086. The proposed budget is exactly the same at 349,086. Nothing reported for the positions, which is 0, and for the proposed budget is 0. Number of vehicles is 0, and the proposed budget for vehicles is also 0. Business number 119020, and that's the Office of the Scholarship and Financial Assistance. This is special revenue, so I will skip that. Business Unit 119020. That's not general funds, so I'm going to skip that one. This is also with the Navajo Nation Scholarship, and that's under tab 10. I will skip that one. Business Unit 109009, Office of the Next School Improvement. General funds at 856,632 at 98%. Personnel lapse fund, 18,530 at 2%. We have our original budget at 944,585. Our proposed budget is 875,162. Our total positions for the current original budget is at 7. Our proposed budget, also 7. Number of vehicles budgeted with the original budget, 2 vehicles, and the proposed budget, 2 vehicles. Business Unit 109012, Office of Dene Youth. General funds, 369,620 at 100%. The original budget is 369,620. The proposed budget is 369,620. In part 4, number of positions for the original budget is 4, and for the proposed budget is 4. Number of total vehicles for the original budget is 0, and for the proposed budget is 0. There are several agencies within the Office of Diné Youth. We'll continue with those. And next, that takes us to unit number 109013, and that is the Office of Diné Youth Chinle Agency. And we have under general fund 685,076 at 97%, lapse fund at 15,149, which is 3%. The original budget 700,225, and the proposed budget is 700,225. Number of positions for the original budget is at 10, and then the proposed budget is 10. Number of vehicles in the original budget is 1, and in the proposed budget is 1. This takes us to the next one, which is business unit number 109014, Office of Diné Youth, Crown Point Agency. We have general funds in the amount of 652,208, which is at 97%, and the lapse funds at 15,059 at 3%. Our original budget is 667,267, and our proposed budget is 667,267. So the number of positions in the original budget is 9, but in our proposed budget is 10. The number of vehicles in the current budget is 2, and for the proposed budget is 2. Business unit 109015, and that is the Office of Diné Youth Fort Defiance. In general funds, we have 682,681 at 97%. Lapse funds at 17,554 at 3%. Total allocation for the original budget is 700,225. The proposed budget is 700,225. Total number of positions for the original budget is 11, and for the proposed budget is 11. Number of vehicles budgeted for the original budget is 1, and for the proposed budget is 0. Business unit 109016, Office of Diné Youth Shiprock Agency. General funds 720,145 at 97%. The lapse fund at 16,015 at 3%. The current original allocation is 736,160. The proposed budget is 736,160. The number of positions for the original budget is at 12, and for the proposed budget is 12. The number of vehicles budgeted is 1, and for the proposed budget is 1. Business unit 109017, Office of Diné Youth Tuba City Agency. General funds in the amount of 665,312 at 98%. The lapse funds 13,862 at 2%. A total allocation for the original budget is at 579,174. The proposed budget is 579,174. Total number of positions for the original budget is at 9. Proposed budget is also 9. Number of vehicles for the current original budget is 2, and for the proposed budget is 2. This is not general fund, so I will skip that one. Business unit 109018, and that is Advanced Navajo Nation, also known as COGNIA. General funds in the amount of 375,323 at 97%. Lapse fund at 9,608, which is 3%. Total allocation is 385,021. Proposed budget, 385,021. Number of positions in the original budget, 4, and in the proposed budget is 4. Number of vehicles in the original budget is 1, and in the proposed budget is 1. Business 109, business unit number 109020, and that is the Office of Special Education and Rehabilitation Services, Food Service Vending Program. General funds at 42,164 and 98%. Lapse fund at 958 at 2%. The current budget is 43,122, and the proposed budget is 43,122. The positions budgeted is 1, and the proposed budget is 1. Number of vehicles, 0 for the original budget, and for the proposed budget, 0 on the number of vehicles. Next is Business Unit 109023, Office of Diné Accountability and Compliance. General funds in the amount of 433,357. The lapse fund is at 13,467. On Part 3, the total original budget is 544,162. The proposed budget is 446,824. Total number of positions for the original budget is 7. Proposed budget is 5. Number of vehicles assigned to the original budget is 1, and the proposed budget is 1. Business unit number 109026, Navajo Nation Board of Education. General funds in the amount of 140,000 at 100%. In Part 3, the budget summary, original budget at 140,000, proposed budget 140. Number of positions with the original budget is 0, proposed budget is 0. Number of vehicles in the original budget is 0, and proposed budget is 0. This is Johnson O'Malley, so I will skip that. This is also not general fund, so I will skip that one as well. This is with the Navajo Technical University, and that's not general funds. Business Unit 119001, Diné College, Part 2 on the general funds. The total amount is 4,700,000. The total amount of the allocation is 4,700,000. The proposed budget is 4,700,000. Number of positions, 0. Proposed positions is 0. Number of vehicles budgeted for the original budget is 0, and proposed vehicles is 0. This is a cash match with Head Start, and so I will not report that budget. This one is also does not include general funds, so I will not include Phoenix Indian Center. And that is the end of our presentation, Mr. Chair and committee members. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Moffitt.
And our program managers are available if anybody has any questions.
Thank you. Committee members, do you have any questions, comments, statement? Honorable Cornell Helona. I have a copy of the numbers that are outrageous. Okay. Committee members. And then we have Honorable Wilson Stewart. Are you on the call? I'm opening up the questions to colleagues since committee members didn't have any questions. Honorable Wilson Stewart. Or
Oh, Shania Yat-E. On the committee members for HESI on with Yat-E. Superintendent and then on the assistant superintendent. Thank you for the presentation that you provided, Assistant Superintendent Moffat, on the budgets. I have a concern with Office of Dene Youth. Ada hashi ne lashi alchina akana lwat ajigi. Selkage a kadan lenigi no saladam lenigi. Ada only kindergarten don they high school that the Ostagi. Into the college dan lenigi the corner. Summer employment ya adat nada akasa. Okokologi but budget and lenigi a binged in all this. Hashet oh beso lenigi. But Ark Elka or less. But Ark Conal that or less. Hashet our aya in there that off high. Which is not a cut or less. Though how late our aya the chapter has anige. As a handak lege. After school the programming the other and the cut or less. Around the Korogi so had Asia Kondo Gasasto. Those are my concerns. Assistant Superintendent Moffat, I'm asking for you to address this with Office of Dene Youth. Reason why I said Assistant Superintendent Moffat is because I have tried to contact Mr. Begay by email. When we confirmed him, he said he would uphold the laws and the policies within the net education. I called there during the pandemic 3 times a day. Nobody answered the phone. I sent him a direct email, no reply back. So based off of that, Shana, Chairman, so that's why I asked the comment. This program, Office of Dene Youth, as the committee knows, that is where I worked. And I will stand up for those children there that attend that program. What defense is the department manager doing to provide those services? To continue those services for the youth, to make sure the staff have a building that will be operational in summer and in winter. Looking at the budget and looking at a letter that I received from Fort Defiance Agency, they're gonna cut their utilities. They're gonna cut funding from their vehicle and their rental space just to make sure that their facility stays open. Those are my concerns because this facility in Fort Defiance provides services to the Windrock Unified School District, St. Michael School District, Navajo, McKinley County School District. And also for those doctors and nurses that their children go out to school and come back, like McGowan, McKinley. And then they bring them over to the program again after school. But yet there's a possibility to cut that funding from Dene Youth, and then special transactions across the board are being cut. Those special transactions, that's what pays for the funding for the snacks for the students. We all know when you send a child off to school and they come home or they go back to a program, they're going to continue to be hungry. They're going to continue to want something to eat. This program provides healthy snacks. And then we're going to cut back the activities that we provide to these students. Where are they going to get their physical activity, their recreational activity? If we're going to cut those funds like that for them. This program is very vital to the communities that we serve, all 110 chapters, because including the schools, because we go out there and we provide those services. I say we because I still consider myself an employee of that program. After 20 plus years, you know, I'm an uncle, I'm a father figure to a lot of students that went through that program that still greet me today. But to hear that this program is going to be cut by that much, should not. I scorn the chairman. So, HESI committee members, get to the bottom of what's going on with the youth program. Assistant Superintendent Moffitt, please help our students keep that program, have the staff keep their vehicles, seek funding for them to keep their vehicles, to keep their buildings operational. Those are my concerns. Not too many questions, but major my concerns as a delegate for Fort Defiance Agency, speaking on behalf of that program. The agency offices is who I'm speaking on behalf of. Consortium, thank you.
Thank you, Priscilla. And committee members, what Honorable Stewart is referring to in our budget book after the tab 1, that blue sheet, and right after that, you do have the listing. If you go down to business unit 109012, first column is the FY 2022 general fund budget. Then the next column is the proposed FY 2023 budget. So at 109012, there's let's see, 6 lines there are cut. That's what Honorable Wilson Stewart is referring to. Found it, right? After the blue page, we need to cut that page. Okay, based on the expressions of concern regarding the budget cut, Dr. Moffitt, your response.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members, and thank you for sharing your concern. So if you look on tab number 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17, as well as 18, all of those are budget information on the Office of Diné Youth. For budget number 15, which is the Office of Diné Youth Fort Defiance, you will see that the current budget and the proposed budget did not change at all. Nothing has changed in any of those tabs or those budgets for the Office of Diné Youth. They have not received any budget cuts whatsoever at all. Thank you. I do want to mention, however, that we do have needs in our Office of the NAU. And you will see that if you give us an opportunity to talk about the unmet needs. We have proposed over $700,000 for the Office of the NAU, especially for infrastructure in our Crown Point areas and other necessities that we need. So we are asking for additional funds in the unmet needs. But I just want to reassure you that if you look through tabs to numbers 12 all the way to 17, there has been absolutely no change. The same allocation from the current year to the next fiscal year stands for all of them. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Moffitt. At tab 15, Office of the NAU, fourth point. For us, we see the column A, Nation Council approved original budget. The total amount is $700,000. Proposed budget also has $700,225. The difference is in personnel expenses.
Hello. Hey, Randy, it's Shauna Vicente. How are you?
The other only difference I see is in the number of vehicles budgeted. In the approved budget, there's one vehicle. In the proposed budget, there is 0. And I guess that's part of what Honorable Stewart is talking about. How do we deliver services without vehicles? Yes, that's for defiance. And so that's part of the concern that I think we would like to get an answer to. Again, to the city, there is no reduction in the budget, but there is a difference in personnel costs.
Chairman So?
Yes.
Yat Shea Julia Mitchell Yan Shea Auto Naflana National Toy Lini Bashishin Tkabaha Dashiche Auto Bitatni A Dashanale Auto Shamaha Ainley Nash Chidi Dat Naganda Auto Shija A Past Afatna Audit A Shiyaho Ako. I'm a proud registered voter with District 14, yay! And I was given the opportunity to assist Dr. Begay and Dr. Moffitt on the budget. And on these numbers, the fringe benefit rate increase to 52.6% really hurt everybody. And in some senses, vehicle was the only place where they took a loss, and that's why there are increases in salary, and that was to accommodate the increase in the fringe benefits for all the programs within Doty. And also there were instances where some operating costs were cut significantly, and for offices like for Fort Defiance, $53,000 is a lot of money, and that probably resulted in the loss of a vehicle. For one program, I believe just to have 2 vehicles is close to $21,000. So I hope that explains a little bit on where the money went. Although we were allocated the same appropriation from last year through the president, we were really hurt. It was an impact regarding the increase in the fringe benefit for every program, general fund program. Yeah.
Mr.
I guess,
Chair?
committee members, what we don't see is percentages of the remaining budget. Be able to make a comparison. What's still existing unspent in the current budget. We do see the pattern of the council always allowing for carryover funds. So I'd like to see what we carried over for the division. Where was it used? What remained? A carryover. That would also play into these budget deliberations. Appreciate how it's formatted, but also want to see what's remaining of this original approved budget. Perhaps that's where we need to also
Chairman So?
OOC to get those remaining budget amounts. Who was that?
Chairman So?
Yes.
Yate Nana, this is Julia Mitchell again. OMB did provide that report in their budget status report, and they reference the balances. And I know that right now at this end of the third quarter, we should all be at 75 to 80%. But due to the executive order of no travel and also to promote video conferencing, virtual meetings, our staff remain diligent in operation and communicating with the school from our office. So there was no travel going on until only recently. I would say the last month, when travel started up again minimally. But our expenses, if you look at the expenditures that I'm looking at now, we should all be between 75 and 80%, but the majority of them sit between 45 and 50%. And if possible, I hope that there is an opportunity where we can work on carryovers for all the business units, because they're all basically between 40 and 50%. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Thank you for redirecting me to the OMB report. Committee members, this is one of those items we would revisit.
Mr. Chair?
And momentarily, if we are running short on operations between now and October, I would suggest to the program to pursue budget reallocation. Depending on the dollar amount, it could be within the division. And if it's at varying amounts, then the committee could do the budget reallocation. Because right now, I really feel like Honorable Wilson Stewart expressed, services have to be delivered to our youth. It's imperative. If it needs reassignment of vehicles to get the job done, then it should occur now. 527.
Chairman So?
September 30th. Those are some things that the committee could basically act on. Yes, is that Ms. Mitchell again?
Yes, Yate Nana, Chairman. So, it would be wonderful if, considering the large balances within the Doty budget, if the HES committee would support the Doty budget in whole of carryovers into the next fiscal year. And with Honorable Delegate Stewart's concern, for instance, using Port Defiance ODY as an example, they have a balance of $217,000, and we've just concluded the third quarter. And as you know, the month of August for general funds is basically preparation for 30-day closeout for the next fiscal year. So all activities should cease on expenditures beginning September, meaning that there's 1 month to spend $200,000, which in some cases is not likely. But if you look at the balances and all of Doty, they're pretty significant, and everyone would benefit greatly for that hit that they were witnessed for the fringe benefit rate increase. They would greatly benefit in FY23 if carryovers were granted for their budgets to FY23, because we only have less than 30 days for closeout and to expend for the month of August. And September is basically shutting down and no processing of anything with finance until 10/1 again. Yeah.
So, committee members?
Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair, this is Dr. Moffett.
That's good.
Hello, Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Dr. Moffett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Permission to give Denise Thomas, the program manager for the Office of Diné Youth, a few minutes to say a few words.
As long as there's no retaliation. Yes, Dr. Moffett, yes, staff.
Chair. Ms. Denise Thomas?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you again, Dr. Moffett, for requesting for me to say a few things on behalf of Office of Diné Youth, and just giving you the outlook of how things would be. Ado shiteje, ado benache eya, ngiche esa dal desing. Sheya de deschini na shlomai deschini bashichin. Ado tatnes nane eya dashichedo tachini dashinella eyisido eya befi to holya ado nahas ade jishike ade shiaho shambado shija akulonda ad hiya the host benache eya kodo hehan kidinido chair so ado kodo hije johot Mr. Wilson Stewart ani nashnish atra Fort Defiance a code program supervisor benache besndashnish ashkhani a co AD baso gi nandehi gin hijeted ahigi adosa atzada o benache AD con general wage adjustment dalia last fiscal year benache baso gi njononaha astetni last year budget season yada adeya anihe nike budget sigi bikitas pio ko ado ya anihe de yada Miss Julie Mitchell Hudaya Hadzi Ako Alchinigi Le Pre-K Head Start Don Le College Jo Eya Alchinigi Hombasna Nishigi A Yahasan Do Staffigi AD Ultao Don Le Dormitory Go A Aden Da Kago AD activity that they Ako Chidigi A Anidi Huda Jut 45 Joe Eya Nake. There's two big buildings like gym at Eya administration. Okay, if you look at the budget for Fort Defiance, Ani she had based on that Zoigi, it took a lot with the personal lapse fund. Although the same thing with Crown Point Agency, Ado ARJA, they have and there's going to be a new youth center. Chinabagan no kwagi. Ado nanalsi ayo based on Dinesh cha aston hita akobenache esto aje esto nanat herfenode esto ade yikidez ade esto satnana building ado kwagi Crown Point iki esto to ako benache ayo ayego. Saha Kesigi, I'm really stressing from it because Ashina ani hoda yahanta leading his yahanta kahiki. It's a safe haven for them. Le hawadashi sato panal sota sashin yanta then joka hoda chidebet la o you hoda bahilo kadin his woljish. Ado Gianda Hotel La Yego Eya Nsago Bahilo Chido Alansti Nishadanle Qui $100 and no watch it the hoteni joke out on his volgish Ado Chinigi A Con Ostaigi his Yahanatahi A Staffy Ki Kanalwo Ako Benache Eya Jo unmet needs will ya of what sto a itini kedo a budget sto balia ako benache con Wilson Stewart yahazigi do hate the beso a such a what nilda a the personal lapse funny hajonal on budget igi what ako column A and B. There's a difference from last year and this year. There's a big impact. So, what are yan hija? They still iha kodo so shat no anigi ba hinsen. Ado alchinigi eya ba adishna shalchen e ba what are a beso ba dinch kedo ako ado ashesazani shalchen holodo. Sudo Shanala Holon, Ado Benache Asha Shpahajo Ba Shalchen, a co Asha Ban Sokeso, what are a baso Giko, Badin Shkedo. Yeah.
Thomas, do we have other ODY personnel on the call?
Crown Point Office of Dene Youth. I am on the call, and this is Virginia Nelson.
You have the teleconference for?
Excuse me?
Oh, go ahead and address the committee.
Good evening. Doyat A. Shay Virginia Nelson is Shado Tobajna Ajin Shlokia Ani Bashish Chain. Ashihit that Chanelidot Oge Dashiche Ado Program Supervisor A. Nishle. Office of the Youth here in Crown Point. I oversee two complex. I oversee the Crown Point Youth Complex and I oversee the Herfino Youth Center. So Crown Point Agency, is very unique because we have two facilities that I do have to pay operation for. I pay for two personnel with salary for Herfino, and I have a program and project specialist out there. I have a recreation coordinator, and here at Crown Point, I also have 8 staff that provide services here under the Crown Point office. So with the amount of money that I have, the 667,000, I do have to pay operational costs for both units, and that takes a lot of our funding under the communications and utilities. And with the new fiscal year, we had to give up our van and our car. And basically we use those vehicles to provide services to the schools, to the chapters, and our communities within Eastern Agency. And the uniqueness of Crown Point Agency is we have to service 31 chapters. And due to the fact that the fringe benefit has definitely been increased by to 52.2%, I think it was, or 6%. And that took a big chunk of our money from our own budget. So, and then also this coming year, I had to include a maintenance worker because our facility is 85% completed now. And it originally had a deadline date of completion as of September 13th, but after our meeting today, our complex will not be completed until either October or November. So like I indicated earlier, we will have no transportation to provide services to our community, to our schools, to our chapters. And if you look into our direct service money in transaction in our 7,000 series, where we provide snacks, where we do activities, that has definitely dwindled down too. So we're very minimal in purchasing our supplies for our after-school programs and what we provide to our community. So definitely, I do like to request for more money for our agency because we do need to function, and with the budget that we have right now, it will be very minimal with no travel with our programming for Office of Dene Youth in Crown Point. Thank you.
Ms. Nelson, did you say that you had to surrender your vehicles?
Yes, we had to surrender our van where we transport kids to activities. We had to surrender our car. Usually we use our car to go out to the schools to provide services. So we had to surrender even our personal travel. We have nothing in travel at all. If you look at our Form 4, and if I'm looking at this thing, it is incorrect. We have no money in travels. So our budget summary, yeah, that's changed. Our budget, we don't have no money in travel at all. So I think the wrong budget form was submitted on behalf of Crown Point Agency. And we should have 0 on our vehicle budgets for FY23.
May I interject? This is Denise Thomas.
Ms. Thomas.
With the budget that was presented by Dr. Moffett. It is what I have on record as well. Everything that she had mentioned, it does. That's what is presented to Department of Diné Education, and those are the documents that were also presented.
Okay. So what I'm seeing, we're seeing a reduction in travel expenses from 29,000 to 9,000. And then in lease and rental, 4,325 down to 2,188. Okay, and then we see part 4 as an additional employee going into 2023. But we do also see number of vehicles budgeted at 2. Ms. Nelson, right now, the current situation as of today, are you saying you don't have a vehicle? No
We do.
van?
Okay. I'm
ahead.
sorry. We do have a car and a van right now, and that will be available to us until October 1st. And in our budget, we do not have any vehicles. For FY 2023.
Okay. What I'm seeing on the budget form 1, part 4, positions and vehicles. 10 positions and 2 vehicles for FY 2023. Ms. Thomas, is that what I'm reading? Van and the vehicle will still be in the budget.
This is Ms. Thomas, Denise. Chairman, that is correct. With what I have is what Dr. Moffett had read off. Because it does have the original budget from last year of 9 positions, and then total of 2 vehicles budget. And then for the proposed budget under E, it has 10 positions, and Ms. Nelson did explain that she had to establish a new position because of the facility that's going up. And then it has still 2 vehicles there as well. And this one is what's stated as of July 11, 2022, and that's what Dr. Moffett read off.
Okay, thank you. Committee members, we'll leave this budget open to our colleagues, and revisit this budget on August 4th or August 5th. Ultimately, it is the council. Thank you. Okay, now let's go to, if committee members and colleagues, if there's no additional comments, then let's do the discussion. Recommendation for unmet needs. Dr. Begay, Dr. Moffett, you have a document for your unmet needs. And from there, we'll review the addition of appropriation with Mr. Chattabeta. And then we'll legislative concern. Dr. Begay, Dr. Moffett.
Honorable Chair, Daniel So, and honorable members of our HESI committee. Nana Joe, the unmet needs at Nenegi, we have submitted as Exhibit E, executive branch, and the unmet needs and the total number of budget. Here again, we're looking at $46,168,516,000. And these are the business unit are enumerated as you see on the document here. And again, here I have deferred this to Assistant Superintendent Dr. Moffett and Julia Mitchell. Also, in absence of not having an accountant, Julia has been doing an exceptional job working with department managers in preparation in all of this. And the one area that is most critical is, again, the physical facilities here. And these facilities are, again, over close to over 40 years old. The safety guidelines, requirement, OSHA standards, and so on have been updated. And meanwhile, our buildings need extensive amount of work in this area. And as other areas, you will see HVAC system, heating system. We need security cameras. We need to upgrade our whole digital environment, digitization as an educational entity. We are looked upon as taking the lead, setting the pace for the digitization of educational program, especially in remote areas. And so with that, Mr. Chair and honorable HESI committee members, I want to defer this to our program managers as well as Assistant Superintendent Dr. Moffett and Julia Mitchell, who has again stepped to the plate to help us tremendously in this area. Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you. Moffett?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're going to go ahead and just want to walk you through. I'll be asking our program managers to briefly give you a synopsis of the unmet needs. For the first one in business unit number 109001, which is informational technology, we have Mr. Brent Nelson. Mr. Nelson?
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you again, Dr. Moffett, and then also Dr. Begay. I appreciate the time to discuss our unmet needs proposal here to the health.
Committee members, it's been a long day. As far as that last step on hearing from personnel from Office of the Net Youth, I just got a text from Honorable Wilson Stewart that didn't allow staff member from Fort Defiance to address the committee. Dr. Moffett, let me back up. It's been a long day. Bear with me. Ms. Valerie Kahn Are you still on the call? Well, Wilson Stewart, are you on the call?
Oh, Shana, I'm still here. I'm still listening. Oh, she text, Miss Tom text. So, Miss Tom, it's *6 if you're using your phone to unmute. Yeah, that's, I don't know where you're calling from. But Shana, those responses, yeah, back to the net youth. Like I said, it's for the agency offices. It's gonna be, I think, for the benefit of HESI to listen to the agency supervisors to get the budgets done properly and to listen to what they recommend. Also, agencies and they have and they want to know where their funds are going to go and what they need to do out there. Hesi committee members and and the Miss Moffat, Dr. Moffat, to seek those fundings. Miss Mitchell, then there are carryovers, and every year we know that those carryovers are going to be ear tagged for something else. So I don't know. She's on now. Miss Tom.
Miss Tom, are you on the call? Tom, are you on the call? Valerie Tom. Okay, Cecilia, Honorable Wilson Stewart, we're going to revisit this particular aspect next week, either August 4th or August 5th, depending on schedule. That time we could also use time.
Chairman, so this is Virgie. Valerie is trying to get on the call from her office.
Okay. Star 6. Little, where in the corner is it? It's Valerie Tom.
Yes, good afternoon. This is Valerie. Hi, welcome. I guess, good afternoon, members of the Health, Education, and Human Service Committee. I do apologize. My desk phone just went out, so I'm calling from my cell phone. But I guess first and foremost, I would like to thank all the council delegates and members for the advocacy of our kids. And but I just wanted to stress for my budget, I did submit an impact statement, and I'm not too sure if that went along with my budget when it was presented to Department of Dene Education. Ms. Moffat is correct. We did get the same amount. However, every year when there's a general wage adjustment, the year when it proposed the general lapse fund funds the general wage adjustment that fiscal year. The following year, we have to actually find funding within our operating or our personnel to supplement that general wage adjustment the following fiscal year. So that, along with the fringe, have impacted my budget for our office this year. So because of that, I had to find $37,000 within my operating budget. So because of that, I had to do away with my vehicle. We only have one assigned vehicle. I also had to do away with rental from fleet. So with those two allocations, we're able to provide direct services to youth. We serve 30 plus schools. That's BE. We have 9 BIE schools. We have public schools, and we have private schools. So we've been providing services. Even during the pandemic, we have been doing curbside services with our kids at the school. And some we've done virtual, and some we've done in person. In addition to that, we also work with 26 chapters, meeting communities, and we serve kids there. Even though some chapters reopened, some chapters were still closed, we still provide curbside services to youth in those communities. So next year, without funding and no assigned vehicle, we're unable to provide services to the students in those areas. In addition to that, I had to do away with travel expense, meaning that would be my last resort was to utilize private owned vehicle reimbursement. So even with that, not next year, I'm unable to provide. So it does impact direct services to our youth within the other communities, not here. Here we do provide all kinds of services, yes. But in addition to that, $37,000, we still had to take funding from utilities, meaning our heat, our electric, our gas, repairs and maintenance for our facilities. Yeah, building and our facilities may be new, but it's gone on 7 years. So there's a lot of depreciation. There's a lot of wear and tear happening now. So we have to continuously do preventive maintenance and repairs and maintenance to our facility. The biggest part is I had to cut in our student activities. This is where we provide activities, we buy recreational supplies, educational supplies, everything for our kids. So that was the impact statement. So being optimistic, I submitted an unmet need budget, seeing if I could request for supplemental dollars to kind of replenish the allocations where I had to cut. It was just last week when I was told that my unmet need budget was not accepted. And I think based on that, I knew for a fact that the budget that I currently have, there's no way possible I can operate with the operating budget of what I have under FY23. So that was the reason why I started advocating with my council delegate to see if it's a possibility to get additional funding for our students. And I don't have my unmet need budget. It was turned into our administration up to Doty. And I don't know if it was really denied or if it's part of what's being presented today. So I'm just respectfully requesting that, the committee, our administration, and our Doty administration, request and advocate on the Navajo Nation, our youth who are most important, because they're the one that is being impacted by this. I guess it's not a cut. We didn't get a cut. It's just we had to take some operational dollars to replenish, like I said, the general wage adjustment and the fringe. And I do understand that it impacts the Navajo Nation across the board. That's all I would like to say. And once again, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tom. Committee members, I think. task to make sure that carry over for unmet needs. Priority for other related. Comments, do we have any other ODY staff from the agencies that want?
Chairman, this is Denise Thomas again. There's no, at this time, I don't think there's anyone, 'cause I'm on the phone right now. I'm using my office phone from the office. I'm not on Zoom or anything, so I'm not sure. The personnel from Chinle office is here in the administration office with me. And then I have everyone else listening in from all agencies with from their offices as well. But as far as I know, I don't think so. But it is just kind of a recap of what Ms. Tom Valerie, Program Supervisor for Fort Defiance, had elaborated on to the committee. It is an unmet need was submitted with an impact statement, and that was presented by my colleague, Mrs. Eileen Naz. So I'm sure those are all in the office within. I need to follow up to see where all those documents are at this time, but those were all submitted as far as with Crown Point office because of requesting for additional funding for the building to be completed and to cover the additional costs that has come in as far as Office of Dene Youth has to provide those costs. So, but I will do a follow-up first thing tomorrow morning to see where these documents went. But we did submit those unmet needs impact statement and the whole of requesting for the additional funding. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's turn to session on recommendations for unmet needs and Dr. Moffett.
Honorable Chair, Dr. Begay here.
Yes.
Yes, I take full responsibility. I take full responsibility for this lack of clear communication within our department, and to have these issues, administrative matters, discussed at this level. And again, I accept and take full responsibility for the breakdown in our interdepartmental administrative communication. And also to the Honorable Wilson Stewart, again, here clearly there has been a breakdown in the communication internally. I take full responsibility, as well as the issues or the concerns that were raised regarding COVID-19 and the email. I will look for those email, and I take full responsibility for either not replying or not having my directive carried out. So I just want to mention that. And with that, again, I defer the unmet needs to Dr. Moffett and Julia Mitchell. I can't have Honorable Chair and committee members.
Yes, Dr. Begay. I guess for all the folks with Doty, we understand and you know, for us, we deal with these matters all the time. And since you're new to the position, for the last 3 years, we've had glitches with Doty's budget. So we're kind of like, what would you say, expected it. And so these corrective, going forward, backtracking, we don't really take offense to it. Number one, we want to make sure we have a good budget that will go forward to the council with, that wouldn't need much more correction. And so this is one of the things that we work with the divisions within our oversight. And we don't hold a ruler in our hands to tap anybody on the knuckles. I guess that's the part that in this presentation, what the agency staff brought up to the committee. We appreciate their concern as it may hamper their ability to provide services to very vulnerable young people at the agency. As was stated, this program basically serves as I see it, as a safe haven, as a support, as a form of guardianship for some of the students that may not have anybody at home after school, or even also provide activities. It is Audubon case. We want improvement, and that's the main thing. With that, to the staff, and to the program supervisors and administrators. With that, we'll go with Dr. Moffitt and Ms. Mitchell. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. We will continue where we left off, and we were at the information technology under admin needs. Mr. Nelson.
Thank you again, Dr. Moffitt, and then also good afternoon, Manali, Honorable Chair So, and then also the honorable delegates that are online, and my Department of Education colleagues, managers, and everybody that's on the call. And my name is Brent Nelson. I'm the Systems and Programming Manager for Department of Education. And I'm here to present the Doty Information Technology unmet need in the amount of $1,264,000, which is to use for technology equipment, network maintenance, website support, programming services, IT career development, Navajo Education Information System support, personnel, and broadband connectivity. As we are all aware, there was the enactment of the Sovereignty and Education Act that was established in 2005 by the Navajo Nation Council to amend Title 10 of the Navajo Nation Code. And there was to develop a statewide Department of Education to oversee the operations of all schools on the Navajo Nation. And in the support of that Title 10, there was also the Nest School Accountability Plan that was developed and that has been presented to various entities within the Navajo Nation, BIE, and then also all the way up to the federal education department. And in that, there's a requirement to collect academic data. And there's a core requirement to have data exchanges. So over the past couple of years, the Department of Education has begun a multi-phase and multi-year collaboration to build a shared vision and a strategy across Department of Education for the development and implementation of a modern, robust, and extensible database. That database is also known as the Navajo Education Information System, which is NEIS, which is the foundation, of course, for a student information system. And its purpose is to drive the improvement of educational services delivery and education performance of the students on the Navajo Nation. And earlier, there was discussions on 21st century learning requiring enabling technology. So this is a project that's including meeting those 21st century technology requirements, including internet. And I'll present that here in a little bit of the E-rate initiative. But for this initiative for NIS is really to improve the learning capacity of our students out across Navajo Nation. You know, DOTI must deliver on the promise of equity and excellence in education for all our students. So during the pandemic, you know, that was a pretty good example of the data crisis that was needed of the health of our schools, the health of our students, and really addressing educational performance. So building a robust data management platform that can provide real-time data, not only during pandemics, but also to address academic performance. This is much needed in support of the Title X education code that's in place. So with the NEIS Navajo Education Information System, you know, we're building an open source platform that will be extended to not only to have electronic collection and analysis of data, but we also are going to be building reporting requirements, dashboards, I guess it's the common used word that of our students, and then also collecting school data. And with expanding on academic data, you know, we also are building an application, proposing to build an application to address the health and wellness and behavioral issues that have been brought to our attention throughout the pandemic. And this data, of course, will be used by schools, parents, and the administration to have data-driven decision-making capabilities and to address a lot of our accountability issues for our schools. So a lot of the funding and building the infrastructure is tied into this request. Right now, we need to build capacity. We need IT staffing, everything from desktop support to network support to even database management. That is all required in this proposal. The second piece to this request is also in support of the Navajo Nation E-rate initiative. It's a 83, I think it was a $83 million, roughly around $83 million initiative. And it's a federally funded program through the Universal Service Fund, USAC, that provides discounted services, internet in this case, for schools and libraries across the United States. So back in 2019, the Navajo Nation created a consortium which consisted of various departments, the Navajo Nation Communication Utilities, Department of Education, the libraries, and the Head Start centers to apply for E-rate services. And we had applied for all 110 chapters across Navajo Nation. And then we also had applied for 90 plus Head Start centers across Navajo Nation. So in our funding year 2020, we had we were awarded $53,120,839.89 for this E-rate initiative. But with this E-rate initiative, of course, this is really addressing the CapEx cost to install fiber to each of our chapters. There is a ongoing process and challenges in terms of right-of-way that we're still dealing with to ensure that these services are met in a timely fashion. But again, a lot of these in 2020, we had probably about say roughly 13 chapters that were awarded to Sacred Winds Communication, and roughly about 31 chapters to N2AW and 1 to RAMA. And then in 2021, we had an award of 19 million plus that was given to N2A, Smith Bagley, and then South Sacred Wind Telecommunications. And then in E-rate funding year 2022, we had bidded on the Utah sites, and those were 3 sites: Aneth, Ojato, and Red Mesa, equaling to about $4,825,264.07. So as you can see, we've done a lot with establishing connectivity and building equity to our communities where our students can go in support of distant learning. But in this initiative, we also are charged with building, ensuring that the connectivities and the equipment, the networking equipment, are all meeting SIPA compliance, which is the Child Internet Protection Act. Now, this project initiative here was just to put in the fiber optics of 100 megs to each of these sites. But as we're continuing to go through the details of establishing these satellite chapters, it presented a lot of old infrastructure, IT infrastructure that were in place that needed to be brought up to speed to support the connectivity. So those are some of the issues that are in place, and then we had accounted for all those networking appliances, software, hardware that is needed to support the connectivity, the broadband connectivity that's coming to the chapters. So that is my update and our unmet needs requests for the DoD Information Technology unmet needs requests. So thank you again, Honorable Chair So, and then also the Honorable Delegates for this time. And if there are any questions, I'm open to answering. Thank you.
Any questions? If there are no questions, we can move on to the next one. Is that okay, Mr. Chair? Okay, so next on our line is 109001, which is the Department of Diné Youth. We did speak a little bit about it, but I would like to give the opportunity for Ms. Thomas. Ms. Thomas?
Thank you again. Ado shitej nana ado benache eya shehat nan shitedeshni. Unmet needs gi beso kwagi shashani gi chuba binch ke do benache eya di kon ultao eya dal nashi e aden dakre ado shini ka ikan dalwo benache eya di kon the cost adio yego eya na Feinstein kwa dene bikeya bakai ohut einde bini gaki au eya di ko computers do laptops will yanigi my colleagues Brent Nelson ade sa nkijit iden benacha naho kon Italia the 5 sites a laptop, so we sent them out to them. The virtual April 2020 go e ado haholjish AD activity gis what is on ado nalia nihiche e a ko e di kon chiniki e pickup is no a Valerie Tom e ya hazi e kwaegi activity packs e Italia e aja chini bahat nislo e hot nadalia hot ende e di virtual wiki e aji lwaso okunza nishis holjish ado ben nache e ya kadeya chiniki. We still have to implement the health orders. 25 students or less go a chin hisihanata. Iyo staffi gi yitahasa to chinigi ari nda kaho AD chin the beso hatno jo AD natal na shingo ado Christmas break go da. AD nakachin laho college go da altaigi dan han daha kaho. A aden natadnish ado high school student ko AD collaboration jo betitna with the 110 chapters. That's how we collaborate, working with the chapters closely and going out to these sites as well. A code beso ge jo kwa I don't bayatil kito budget but I guess we inform all of you as a committee that we are in need ako e nakabaon na sindo. Asiyot e yan hija ati sito hihat nana ka shanad no ani gito ko ni hija hanana si hihat.
Okay, thank you.
Next on our list is the administration. This is for the HVAC heating system. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I don't know if you've been here to the inside the Doty administration building. I started my job here on April 4th, and it is summer, and it is very uncomfortable working here in this building. We are in dire need of HVAC and heating system that is conducive and appropriate for the employees who come into this building to work. Our employees deserve to have a working condition that is healthy and adequate to deliver direct services to the children across the Navajo Nation. We do have security concerns with the number of incidents that have occurred just recently. We had bullet holes in some of our windows and some of our offices. We did a police report regarding those incidents, especially during the 4th of July weekend. We don't have an emergency communication system such as an intercom to be able to communicate emergency situations, as well as support for working spaces so that employees can have the privacy and the adequate space to be able to produce the work we want to produce within our department. So we are asking the committee to consider our unmet needs for the Department of Education in the amount of $20 million. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Moffett. The Education Center was built with nonprofit dollars. Has that building been donated to the Navajo Nation?
May we have a new building? Doesn't hurt
Okay.
to ask.
Dr. Moffett, that building was, built with donated funds. It was the Navajo Education Scholarship Foundation that gathered the funds to get the building built. Now, do you know if those, and I can't recall whether that building was donated to the Navajo Nation?
Mr. Chair, this is Rose Graham. Can I address that question?
Ms. Graham, yes.
Yate, members of the committee, Chair So and Vice Chair Slater and everyone, my colleagues and Superintendent and Assistant Superintendent. I believe the Navajo Nation took ownership of the Navajo Nation, the Navajo Education Center. They paid $1 for it, I believe. So it's a Navajo Nation facility. And our facilities, this was a brand new building. Shahoe, because of the huge amount of processes that it takes. Modular buildings. So in this building, the with the scholarship office, you know, families, governments were closed, schools were closed, families were at home, children were in school from home, a lot of families working or they lost their jobs. And then internet issues. We had to stay in here in our buildings, in our offices. And while we were here, there was no heat. The boiler went out. Though parts and you all have heard about all the problems with supply chains. Now and we got the boiler, the part replaced, or the boiler replaced, but it was just one little piece. Only different parts, or although there was leakage in other parts. And meanwhile, we were in the building. A lot of the programs and the staff were out teleworking, but we have our student files here. We don't take those home because they're protected. So we were here and we had our space heaters. We had them going. We couldn't even put them up to high. They had to run on low because the electrical capacity is really low. And so we were all bundled up and the heater hanakis, and then it started having other problems, like I said. So it's just not the HVAC and the heating system. It's also the electrical system. The sewer system, something dries up in there and then it stinks up the whole building. And so ARPA binya a peso they kid, we submitted the proposals. Nte ado sabi lang as linked. So we ask ashwanda ahat ahoda peso sa nhabilanda doses. And maybe the funds, the process that we went through for ARPA funding was all cleared. It was all ARPA eligible. Perhaps if we get general funds to upgrade our building, maybe if at the end there's some delinquencies in the ARPA process, or maybe peso da asa or maybe there could be like a reimbursement or something like that. So a kotao nhite kid, so we can have a safe work environment. Adog at we still have to deal with COVID. And the hardship staff so we really need a secure, safe work environment.
Thank you, Ms. Graham. Regarding this dollar amount request, who did the cost estimation?
That's a ballpark figure. I asked for an assessment. I know that one of the buildings over there, building 1 or 2, I know they, because they sent it to us on the internet, on the email, that there was an assessment going on over there. So I sent a request to include DODI, the Navajo Education Center, for assessment. And I sent it to General Services. At the time, I was told there was Mr. Yazi, who was the director, and Mr. Tooley, as well as property. I haven't received a response, and I haven't seen. And then I figure they don't do assessments by themselves. They have to contract it out. So no one's come by yet. We do have an assessment on the electrical system, but the actual real assessment of the HVAC and heating system, so I hope perhaps through your a legislative concern or a COA, if they could do that right away, so we can have some reliable information on the amount of funding that's going to be tied to that. So that's what I would also like to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grant. Members,
May we continue?
Just a moment.
Sure.
Thinking about it. Let's approach this particular request. We'll put something together. We schedule a work session to involve general services, facilities maintenance, as well as
Property.
and go ahead and continue. Item is Doty Library.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Next for the library in 109006 is Mr. Donovan Pete. Mr. Pete.
Yes. Yes. Yate, committee and HESI, chair, vice chair, everyone. To my colleagues, Zaro Doty, Shay Donovan Pete and Shke, Nakhay the net just long, just the net, Kia Ani Bashin, my days using Dutch Che. Not the net Kutchi ne Dutch Nelle. So I am the community library manager for the Navajo Nation Library. We have 3 branches, one in Kayenta, one here at the main library in Winter Rock, and then we also have the Torion Library out in Torion Star Lake Chapter House area. So our unmet needs that we are requesting for, we are looking to do a lot of what I like to say is transform really the library with a lot of the changes that are needed and necessary, especially where we have a lot of patrons that no longer use a lot of the books that we do have here. So I've given many of my tasks, my staff to delete from the catalog. And a lot of it was donated items, and it goes the same with our shelves and the furniture that we have here. Here at the main library. So this is kind of doing our own assessment that we need to kind of upgrade and to really make our spaces welcoming. And so the space that we do have currently doesn't feel that way. It feels kind of a little dim, a little outdated at times too. So this is kind of where we are requesting. And so on that, as we also progress with the E-rate initiative, there is that opportunity for a lot of the chapter houses to become community libraries as well, and even some wanting to become branch libraries, which are physically circulating libraries. So there will be a library nearby, a lot of in a lot of the Navajo Nation. But with this community libraries initiative, it's a way of providing digital services, having a one-stop shop for information, especially for those that are looking to fulfill their information needs. So by doing that, many can, where we can do a lot of programming as well, we can do virtual programs, virtual events that we can do here at the main library, or even it can be done at Torion Library or over at the Kayenta Library as well. And that could be shared and broadcast across many of these community libraries at chapter houses. With the electronic audiobooks and digital books, that is also another benefit to many of the individuals that are wanting to want the latest titles, that they look at the New York Times as bestsellers, or you know, if Navajo Times ever has a best sellers list, that could be a possibility where we do add that into our digital library. And then so this is also the part that builds into our digital library as well, so that when individuals do come to the library, they get their library card, they're able to utilize these resources and services that we are now looking at towards that sort of digital frontier. For a long time, many of these, as many of you know, that the Navajo Nation has had information and internet inequalities and inequities. So with how E-rate is being able to assist so that the digital divide is bridged, and that as each chapter or each community library does come online, we can start assessing the spaces. We can upgrade furniture, computers, hardware, things like that, where there is going to be a place for that, and many of the students can go there to utilize. We can have after-school programming. This can be all built in, especially with the resources that the state libraries in Arizona and New Mexico provide and assist with. So, and then also too, because we are such a small staff here at the library, that we also need more assistants, more staff members to assist us. So having a library assistant and office specialist, having another programs and project specialist based here in Window Rock, that could manage and assist with these community libraries, that acts as their supervisor. So that's that. In a nutshell, is what we are requesting with the unmet needs budget, because this is sorely needed, especially when we want to think about how we want to preserve and how we want to be able to transmit more information. And doing so, we can also build a way that we can reimagine what this library space can be. It doesn't have to be all about Biligan and Sahakes. It can be the neck. It could be transformed into that, where we do have cultural programming, we have cultural stories, we have language lessons that we can also start programming. So we can really shape how this library can be different, so that it's more accommodating to our own people, rather than trying to be out there with these public libraries and things like that are out there. So this is kind of one way into stepping into the giant leap, as they say. Okay, thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Pete. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Quintillo. Good to hear your voice. We appreciate your work. Know that you've taken on a big responsibility and stay after it. Let's go to the next one, Dr. Moffett.
Next is 109004 with the Office of Educational Research and Statistics, Mr. Roy Tracy.
Thank you, Chair, Mr. So, Honorable Delegate Daniel So, thank you. And Honorable Delegate members of the Education Committee, Health, Education, Human Services Committee. May I start, sir?
Yes, good to hear your voice. It's been a while.
Oh, yeah, hey.
Oh, yeah, hey. We need to make some more references on where we come from. Hello, Jason. Dr. Moffett, basically, the committee's getting restless on me. And we'll listen to this particular presentation, and then the balance. We'll take it on first thing in the morning with fresh minds.
Yes. That's absolutely fine.
Okay, thank you. So, Tracy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Delegate. So this committee members, this is an old project that we proposed back in 2016 to 2017 with the Promised Neighborhood federal award program that took place. It ran about 3.5 million at that time. I've shaved the budget down to 3 million. And it's primarily to establish a centralized education research center within the Department of Diné Education. It really is to study the rigorous or conduct rigorous research that contributes to the solution of all these inequities that we have in learning, in consistency with curriculum, material, teaching methods, whether it's both to Bilgana, Western theoretics and such with the curriculum development. So we really want to improve student academic achievement. We want to look at the reduction of the achievement gap. We want to look at high performing and low performing schools and students. We also want to increase the access and opportunity for post-secondary education. Now, if we look at Title 10, all these are described in Title 10. But to date, since 2005, it's been difficult to obtain data from the Bureau of Indian Education, for example. We don't have access to NASA still. We don't have access to Native Star. These contain both qualitative and quantitative data. And so what the Education Research Center will propose is to develop our own data reporting modules specifically for the Navajo Nation. And this will be controlled by the Department of Education, oversight through the HESI, Health, Education, Human Services Committee, in protecting and endorsing Title 10. If we look at Title 10, there are no education data or research specific language in there. So this unmet need would build that process. Of course, it's been 38 years since we've had this. And of course, 2005 came around. Now today, our office has partnerships with 3 states for data sharing, but that's only superficial data. It's not deep dive data. We like to do strand analysis on all sorts of learning objectives. We also want to study the inequity of the education systems within the 3 states that serve Navajo students. Navajo students garner a large amount of ISC, Indian Student Count monies, for a lot of different schools, whether it's BIE, grant, or public schools. So this is really the primary focus of this application, is to create the partnerships with universities. We can bring postdoctoral students in, they can start their research. We can house our own research library, build a reporting module very similar to the state, that all public schools, grant schools, BIE schools, peripheral schools can be reporting into the system. This is what this project is stating to propose. It includes personnel, at least 3 postdoctoral individuals to start the program, start the development of the plans. It includes all the partnerships as well too. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am available for questions if needed.
Thank you, Mr. Tracy. Committee members, again, these items are, requests are put before us, and we will see how the big wish list we may have to prioritize in order that committee feels like would get the best effect. And it's necessary, we may have to, again, convene different groups that these requests. And even explore the aspect of, doing federal grants. That committee members, I'm going to, and to Doty staff and all the staff that presented the work. As I understand this, this process has been long, enduring, and what you presented is took many hours of work. We appreciate that. We don't discount
Doshing on TK, so yes. So, the ocean not in I these to so not okay, so is not of the sea, such as nature. Nothing. So do any not so okay. Sango is and has Sango is the out as a later she Winston to she just shit. So what will they and policy no the put out a those Tato Libby by Katie. Those couple is only is not more. Committee is the plan of operation. This is a mention that initiated so the kind that is to the pulled in different directions and even Board of Education out there almost in limbo. Board of Education oversees authority that means that also within the executive. Stand alone though,
Mr. Chair,
but in that aspect, we are we look forward to revisiting to
Mr. Chair.
We will talk about the work on the plan of operation, and we will talk about the conditions of appropriation appear to still be unmet. And those are some things that we would pursue. That would be my thoughts. So at this point in time, we'll cut the discussion on unmet needs. And we'll continue those in the morning. First item we address is the scholarships, and continue the discussion on the unmet needs in the morning before we take on any other program or division budget.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
would like to ask permission to allow Mr. Dr. Fowler, our Navajo Nation Board of Education President, who is present with us and would like to share a few words.
We realize he's long spoken. So just like on the council floor, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. And
Oh, yeah, hey, Dr. Fowler, good to hear you.
and Honorable Slater and all the HESI committee members for your hard work that you're doing for Navajo Nation, Navajo people. And we honor your leadership, your genuine, warm felt about every program that you oversee. That will be on our radar screen is about the plan of operation. We will note that as our priority to work on it the first quarter, the fiscal year, as well as the other plan of operation that was mentioned to us. So we're going to consider that highly on our work plate. Will invite you as HES committee members to participate as we make this as a plan and to draw strategic planning from this initiative. I just want to mention that Honorable Chair So and honorable members HESI. So thank you for giving us this opportunity today, and all the staff from the Department of Education. We appreciate it. February, as the Doty president. So Dr. Begay, Dr. Moffat, we're all pretty much new to this. So we're learning, but we learn it diligently and concise, and as well as we take things, everything that is said, that we will work on it. So thank you, Honorable Chair, the honorable members, delegate HES members.
Chair, this is Priscilla Benali. Can I also add to Dr. Fowler's comments to that?
We have Priscilla here with me, Andrea, and Dr.
Sure, let's listen to each and every one of you.
Shazad, just real quickly, thank you, Shazad, and also to the HES committee members. We appreciate everything that you do for us for education and listening to our concerns, and also for reviewing the budget for us. I did want to kind of update you today on the plan of operations by Easy. I forwarded you an email, and on that email, we did approve this. I know Dr. Fowler said before his presidency, he required that we addressed this plan of operations. Navajo Nation Board of Education approved it on March 18, 2021. And then it was sent to request for sponsorship for legislation on March 19, 2022. I forward both documentations, the letter and then the updated plan of operations to you, Shazad. And it gives the dates on when it was sent out also. So just for your information, that was addressed and we did work on it. But I think with the board, with the new board, the members now, we sat and went through that with them. So thank you for that. I wanted to mention that. I didn't know anybody else was added from Saul, which I could have done a group, but I'm sure Shazad, you can forward that to the other HES committee members. And again, have a good evening. And I know you guys are tired, but we appreciate your diligence for our children and for the hard work that you guys do on all these budgets, including our staff. So I can have.
Okay, Shayada, perhaps during that time we were having the glitches with our internet. So this is the first time I've seen the email.
and I'll share it with our staff as well as the committee. And yes, we'll revisit on it soon, even before the end of the fiscal year. Get a jump start on it. And I appreciate the work that everybody's doing. Dr. Fowler, Dr. White, Dr. Yazzie, Ms. Benali, and Ms. Gray for being on the call. And we just realized that the committee is the one that really urged the appointment of balance of the board, and we look forward to great work that will come. But in reviewing some of the legislations, and Mr. Abeda kind of mapped out that the board is out, kind of like in limbo. So in that aspect, how do we, I guess, cut some of the strings so that the board can be more independent and can move forward? Those are some thoughts that I have, and once we get things rolling, we'll talk about it more. I appreciate the board members to be on this call. Thank you for your service. But Ayla?
Chairman So?
Yeah.
Yante Nana, this is Julia Mitchell. So if regarding the revisit, will we be returning for a revisit on Friday? And are the topics on plan of operation of the NBOE and condition of appropriations and also unmet needs will continue, or is that the continuation tomorrow?
The unmet needs will be tomorrow morning, starting with scholarship office, scholarship requests. And
Okay.
we'll finish up the rest of that, what appears on that spreadsheet, before we go on to the next item.
Okay, I apologize for the budget, as you mentioned, on behalf of Dodie, on the presentation to Hess, and I just spoke with Crown Point ODY, and it is the correct budget that is contained within the binder. I was a little confused and I had to get that clarified. But thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairman, Vice Chair, and all members of the committee. Yeah.
Oh, Sheila, with that, this budget hearing is adjourned. In recess. Excuse me.